have scolded them enough and all kinds of things. But they are sitting in front of us, yeah, like this. Yesterday, I think they were batch 13 students were here. They were saying that you were so rude to us. Yeah, we tend to be rude when we are in office and doing our job. So really proud and happy to welcome here. So since I'm not going to come on the stage the whole day, so I thought I'll just take this privilege and your time to welcome all of them into the campus and to this Panorama, which is very, very special to us. Thanks a lot, and I think I must do my job entrusted onto me to welcome Annu Matthew and to take on the stage and the floor. Annu, please come.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, when I sit there, I always, I think ma'am has told a lot about our history. I think that's the biggest experience of learning business. Business doesn't come cheap. Okay. In real life also, to run businesses, you need a lot of sacrifice and investments. Probably your children who've been born with silver spoons. But the biggest experience and biggest lessons that one has from life is what actually takes you to successes. With that, I want to just thank you, ma'am, for inviting me and bringing me to the college. I was telling ma'am, if I don't get invited once in 3 years, I feel I am kind of outdated in terms of my growth in career or growth in terms of intellectual capabilities that I've gained. I'm a student all through my life, and I think when I was coming up with presentation, Kinney was like, oh, you have a presentation too, you have a script too. I said, that's how I've been. I was always a student who wanted to be prepared, and I also like my students to be prepared. I teach classes in some of the business schools in Bangalore. I also do some classes at XLRI. I teach as well. I'm a scholar there, finishing my PhD from XLRI. It's all, the basis is the business foundation that I learned from SCMS. So I'm a Keralite who was not allowed to study outside Kerala at that point in time because of family restrictions, and then I chose to be here, a private institution. But I think the kind of opportunities that I got, which helped me to open my mind to business. I looked at a lot of you are BCom. I was also a BCom graduate. I wanted to do civil services. I got admission in Pondicherry Central University for first rank holder in the entrance itself. But I went there and I came back thinking, oh no, I wanted, I don't know. My papa was like, how will I send you so far? Then we chose to be in Cochin. And that's when I got a call from SCMS, and that's how I continued here and I studied here. And I would say this is an extension, this is homecoming actually. So the alumni return is actually called homecoming. It's truly homecoming. So my family, my children, all of them consider this as Amma's next home. And that is the connection that I've established with Indu ma'am, Pramod sir, Pradeep sir during his times, Radha ma'am, all of them, and all the teachers, Paulo sir, Philomena ma'am, all the teachers who taught us. I think I remember going and asking for 1 mark in decision support system. Ma'am, I didn't do well. Why didn't you give me this mark? No, you only deserve that mark. Which is conversations with your managers. You only deserve that much is what they say. So this is all part of all the experiences that you is what is much simpler when compared to what you actually face in your corporate life. With that, I want to actually talk about something in human resources. I used to look at human resource people, oh, HR, what are you planning to do? Why human? I used to look down upon them because I thought, finance models, etc. But the first job that I got was in human resources. Maybe companies thought that I am good at that. I don't know. I think my career is by chance. It's not by choice. But I never had to. So, this is one thing that I wanted to tell you, that because you studied something. What you learned in BCom, you learned some 20 subjects in BCom, okay? But in workplace, you will not do even 1/100th of what you learned, okay? Because that's all theory. Similarly, I was actually sitting for campus interview. So ma'am said no campus. I think in 2000 also we had reasonably good placements. Okay, I was reasonably well placed when I passed out of this campus with very good compensation. The first salary itself was not bad. Even today, you know, when I see engineers get that salary which I got at that point in time. So this is what SCMS first salary itself was for me. So I don't think that it was bad placements. Whoever got placed were well placed. And I remember sitting for long hours of campus interview and struggle. I even traveled to do interviews outside, etc. So the long story short, the kind of opportunities that the school gives, you know, you're all sitting here listening to something. And I asked many of you, what are you here for? Nobody knows what it is. Okay, this is the ignorance of today's world. And this is the ignorance that actually will pull you down in all forks of life if we don't invest and make the right investments at the right time. So with that, as I was telling, I'm not a HR person by choice, by chance I got into it. I even ran in between to do interviews in between. After I got placed and I worked for some time and say, okay, maybe marketing is my world. I should go and do something. What will people think after learning finance, coming in doing HR? And I was actually in recruiting. Now, today when I look back as an intelligent conversation about my career, if somebody were to ask me, I would say the job that I do, which is talent acquisition, you also heard the introduction, it has got marketing, it has got compensation. So if you want to have compensation, you should really know how to manage your finances well, how to do taxes well, how to run, you know, it's not the basic HRA and all those things. There are so many things, the stocks you have to pay, the kind of the kind of structure that you have to follow for different kind of roles, the kind of taxes that somebody will have to incur if they have to get an X amount of take home. This is all finance. So that is marketing is part of our job, because you don't get today when you go to your campus interview, you're like, oh, so much of people interviewing. Interviewing is I think it's the most simplest part of job in human resources. It's just conversation. But to attract talent is the biggest challenge, and that's why marketing came handy. So what I was trying to tell you is these are all experiences that I've had from my business experience, my organizations that I worked with, and I've also got a presentation because of disruptions. But what I want to tell you is, before doing anything, read. How many of you subscribe to Economic Times? Oh my God. You know, this is the batch that there were students in my batch who would just not attend in the class. And I used to be like a front bencher, ma'am knows, you know, want to be topper and all that. But there are students who would sit in the back and only read Economic Times. They are vice presidents in big organizations. Okay, they are, you know, it's not about learning Stephen Robbins or looking at Kevin, what is that, oh, ma'am, marketing, Kotler, Philip Kotler, Stephen Robbins, and statistics, man, there was a book. Davis Olson, you know, all that is very good, but reading is very important. Know what is happening around. Business is all about having your eyes and ears open with respect to what's happening around. The second thing is write. If you ask me, and also you know, Reena or anybody, 20 to 30% of your time is actually spent in writing emails. Okay, writing good emails without any error. No grammatical mistakes. So I saw somebody doing literature. I said, very good, at least you can write emails. Writing emails is very, very important. The third thing is listening. If you're not a good listener, you cannot actually make any strategies. Doesn't come. What is strategy basically? Everybody wants to do strategy after doing MBA, you know. What is strategy? It is the path that you take. If you want to take a path, you have to listen. You have to read. You should also be able to write. The other one is think. It's a very simple thing. Think. What I think I was just asking, you know, I just want to go ask people, how much time do you spend thinking? There are philosophers who only do thinking. You know, they don't want to do anything. But thinking is very important. And finally, speaking. Okay, you need to speak out. So I was asking Parag yesterday, how was the response? He said, I know it was a lot of difficulty, people ask questions. So, it is not about making questions. So there was incentives actually given to people during our town halls to ask questions. So we would put so for example, somebody asked a question, we'll ask their name, okay? And then we'll take a chit, what do you call it, a lucky draw and say, okay, you get an Apple iPhone. People who are motivated to ask questions. This is not today's problem, but this is a universal problem. The first lesson that I learned from SCMS was in 98, when I think that our batch inauguration was actually done by Subramaniam Sami sir. He came and only taught one thing: ask the right question. And even today, if you ask me, the biggest learning in my MBA journey and also life after that is about asking the right questions. So my children say, Amma, please don't ask so many questions. Okay? And wherever I go, I keep asking. Because if you ask questions, you will get to know a lot of things. You will experience new people. You will experience new incidents. And actually, that makes you a better individual and a better professional than anything else. With that, I'll go on to my tech practices story. I asked ma'am, why is this, ma'am, this tech practices, HR practice, etc. It's all about interruptions, all that. So today I'm going to talk about what is happening in today's workplaces. Go to the next slide. Can you give me the slide, please? So I'll ask you some questions about what is happening in. Do you read newspapers? Forget about Economic Times. Any newspapers? Which newspaper do you read? How many? Can you just raise your hand? For survival, you need. Okay. Yesterday, the first thing I came and I saw was actually asking for a newspaper. So even at home, there is the biggest conversation, the challenge I have with my children is, did you read your newspaper today? There are so many crappy stories, but there are 5 important stories that you should know about what's happening around. Okay, Okay. Anyway, if you read business newspapers of late, what are biggest conversations that's happening in workplaces? What are problems that people are discussing about workplaces? Huh? Yes, layoffs. Chat GPT, technology. Yes. Moonlighting. Yeah, good students don't. Moonlighting. What else? Please be open. When you read about workplaces, what are you hearing? Anxiety at workplace, yes. Stress. Work-life balance. Who said that? Very good. Yeah, work-life balance. You would have seen one of my postings yesterday or day before, because I've been championing that, work-life integration. Anything else? Work from home. Yeah, I've been eternally working from home. Okay, so, so this is actually what you all said is actually the summing up of what is happening in workplaces. A lot of crisis, layoffs, moonlighting, that's all, very small percentage, but the work environment is all up for a review. There's a lot of reassessment that is happening at workplace, the type of work. So if I start writing a research paper, the first sentence that I write is, there is a change in the workplace, workforce and work. That's the first line that I write these days. There's a change in the way we work, there's a change in the way the workforce is, there's also a change in the workplace. Now, why is this happening? This is from Gartner's research. I think this deck is available for you. You can actually take it and read it and research on it. There are 3 things that is happening in economy today, in the environment today. It's called the triple squeeze. What is that? The first thing is that the economic uncertainty that we have. Companies are very, very skeptical about spend, and CEOs and CFOs are actually worried about inflation, the rising prices, because of which you have to pay your employees more, and because of which they should be able to manage their funds very well. So there is a worry about economy going, unpredictable, and this is all post-COVID. Okay, this is they were expecting recession long ago, but COVID just added fuel to it, so everything slowed down in a world that was really going fast. The second one is actually the amount of investments that is happening for the HR. The second one is the very important one, which is very crucial for human resources. It is the scarcity of good talent. Okay, you know what a normal distribution is? What is normal distribution? How does a normal distribution curve work? It's a bell-shaped. What is happening? Top is 5%, 0.5, 0.5, both this is really bad, and then you have plus and, but 67% in between. Okay. Now, the 0.5% on the right-hand side, okay, which is supposed to be the best, is short. They are not moving out. And you need those talent. Okay? Even on campuses, you see, top compensation is 1 crore, 1.5 crores. You see all of that, no? When you said about top business schools having very high compensation, etc., that is for 1 or 2. That is for the top 5%, not the whole story. Even in our campuses, we'll have the differentiation. There is a bunch, which is typically 5% to 10% who get top-notch compensation. So this, the HR leaders are very careful about where do I find that scarce talent who's not jumping around, but who's available for making a change in our system. So that's the issue that is happening with respect to the talent market. And the third one, which is another big thing, is the global supply chain. So people who are, the Ukraine war, again, China being totally away from the supply chain, impacting the entire concept of procurement and supply chain in India. So, the big deal, which is a big deal that has actually happened in the last 1-2 weeks, and Biden said that this is going to create 1 million jobs in 44 states in the US. Which is that? Aero what? No car. It's not Boeing also. It's about Tata getting 500 aircrafts for Air India. That is 10 years of work. Will some work happen for building planes in India? Does India? Some part. India is not having any great capabilities which is meeting the aerospace standards to manufacture aircrafts which will fly in Indian skies. So we have to really worry about the supply chain mechanism. Where are you going to procure these? Not the planes. Planes will be coming just using GE's engine. It is from Boeing and Airbus, etc. Both of them. I think 777 is 5% of them, and then you have passenger aircraft 737. All those are actually the dynamics of those deal. But what does that mean? You need to have supply chain. You need to have to procure items to manufacture this. Now, with all these channels blocked because of the disruption, there is a problem with supply chain. So this is called the triple squeeze. So in this, now what are actually business leaders doing? Now ask this question. What will happen if you have a financial issue at home? Okay, you have your pocket money, right, to spend. I saw a lot of people who are hostelites. Your papa, mommy spend some money in the beginning of the month, or you get, like ma'am was telling, some people give a credit card and swipe card for people to spend. Is that how you do? Pramod sir said, I have a GPay, I know I'm so rich, so I get money like that. So do you get money, right? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. What happens after 20th of a month? What happens? Parata matakari becomes what? Uttakadala or Palamburi for all you know. And there is one Chetan who had Narnandi, what is that? I always remember the taste of that sarbat. That is our luxury at that point in time. Even today I buy Narnandi and I remember, oh God, how when we used to really struggle for a drink, we will go and spend money and buy that. Okay, that is the crunch, that's a financial crisis that you all face, right? You totally cut down on your expenses. Yes or no? Yes. Same thing organizations also do. They will cut cost. Now, how do you cut cost? I don't know if you can. No travel. So tell me what you do when you have to live with a limited budget. Public transport. That's what actually it's happening in workplaces now. no travel, okay, very less travel. Kini will disagree with me, but less travel. The first thing is, no, don't travel too much, okay. Next, what else? Huh? No eating outside, so no luxuries, okay. So those are some of these things. Reducing travel, reducing bonuses, reducing use of real estate. Your chair you sit also is very expensive. Please don't sit on your chair in the office. Come and sit at home and work. It's much cheaper. Okay? And then you have hiring freezes, hiring only critical roles, freeze expenses, pause on digital trans. You want to make any big change? So you want to buy something nice. I saw something in Kalamashedi, or I saw something in Convent Junction. Not this month, next month. Isn't it? No strategic investment. I'm just trying to relate to you as a student. So that is what happens even in organizations. Very tight-fisted in terms of spend. Now, there is also, but you have to invest in certain things. Ma'am says there is a new book that has come in and it's very important for you to submit all your assignments. Will you stop? You have to buy. Okay. You have to attend a conference and you have to pay a fee. Then you can actually ask your parents also. There is, I'm running short of funds, I need to attend this conference. So that is making strategic investments. So if you see the strategic investments that organizations make, they look at, again, digital, accelerate digital is one. Then you have also, changing the business or product line. You look at your mergers and acquisitions, etc. So long story short, it's about carefully making investments. And in that, one of the things that's very, very important is, okay, now this is business. Now what does HR do? So I am from that department. That's why I put like a heavy lifter's job there. Okay, they have to manage spend, and my business friends will not agree with that. They say, okay, what HR? What will they do with spend? If any organization has to invest, is investing in human capital. What is human capital? What are the factors of production? Okay, thankfully that they know. What is labor? Manpower. If you are employed in an organization, manpower actually contributes to what capital? Human capital. Now, if you want to make human capital, you have to manage the spend on human capital also. Now, does this explain why layoffs happen? Okay. Now, you should also secure talent. This is the Gartner's model, it's not my model. They have to secure talent. You should also take care of your key people because they should not leave, because replacement is very, very expensive. And then you should look at efficient methods to manage your workplaces. And that's why Accelerate Digital comes. And that's when our concept itself comes, transformation in digital. Everybody speaks about, oh, what are you doing? When you interview people, oh, I've done digital transformation. What in digital have you done? I've procured technology like this, I've changed this. Okay. So that is fundamentally what it is. So just to look at HR as a function, it is to transform the human resources department and achieve better business outcomes. One key thing which I would want to draw your attention is, without making changes in business, human resources is actually ineffective. So it is not about, everybody thought at some point in time, and that is what I also thought when I was a student. HR is about managing leaves, it's about swiping cards and seeing who is coming, managing their, benefit. Actually, no. The big responsibility, the heavy lifting of managing spend is a big responsibility. Whereas, so if the top line improves, only then there will be money to spend on existing people and also for future people. And also for any kind of investments that the organization want to make in new innovation. So when you look at HR, I just want to draw your attention that HR, when it actually looks at digital transformation, cannot do it in silos. It has to be with customers. Now, who are your customers? That's a big question that everybody who is working in any organization, anybody in HR should actually think. For example, I belong to the healthcare industry. Now, who's my end customer? Whom do I make software for? I make software for hospitals. So who are my end customers? Who are those? Patients, doctors, physicians, people who use diagnostics, etc. So those are people who use our software. So when you make a strategy, your job is actually to see what your end customers are going to get. The next one is your business partners, which is your immediate business, which is within your organization itself. And finally, your employees. Employees is what I said, the human capital element. So the word that I want to draw your attention is HR strategies or practices can only be executed or strategized or formulated with the stakeholders in mind. Okay, have you learned about stakeholders? Okay, very good. Now, again, I'm going to ask, why do you need HR transformations? Okay, the first thing is efficiency. What is efficiency? It's again a business jargon that is used across by, oh, we do this for our efficiency. What is efficiency? Ah, very good. Economics is actually about doing more with less. There is a twin brother for, a twin sister for efficiency. What is that? Brilliant. What is effectiveness? Achieving the required quality. So any transformation that happens has to be driven by, it should be efficient. Okay, it should be to do more with less. Less can be people, money, because there's a control that's happening, so you need to be efficient. The next one is it has to be innovative. Innovation. What does innovation mean? Bring something new. So if you were applying for a job by sending an application to in a pen and paper, it should be actually at the click of a button on your mobile phone. That is, when somebody is sitting here and you get an interview call, or somebody says, I want your resume, you should be able to send it while you're sitting here itself. That is innovation. Okay, I'm just giving an example. Or somebody has not filled in their timesheet. Oh my God, today is Saturday, I've not filled in. I can just click in and it will just go. That is innovation. The third one is information. You should be able to, when you're actually making transformation, you cannot work with siloed information or asymmetry in information. It has to be combined and also coordinated well so that your business decisions are accurate. So collect as much of information as possible. You want a policy change in your, where did I read? Yeah, it's one of the schools there. They wanted, their transport system was disrupted. So, you cannot go and make a decision just like that. You have to collect information from all sources. So that's why when you make transformation, your information is very important. And finally, when you make any transformation decisions, the other thing that you have to do is it has to establish a connection, a long-term relationship with whomever you're doing it. Okay, it cannot be, a fly-by-day practice. It has to establish a connection with the individuals or with the stakeholders that you're actually planning to do it for. And this is not my model. Dave Ulrich is one of the world's famous human resources professor from Ross School of Business in Michigan. Go and read. If you really like, please go and read it. And people who are not from HR, please understand, you will have to deal with HR one day or the other because you are contributing to the human capital of the organization, right? Whether you like it or not, you have to. So you should also understand the other side of the story. Now, how do you do digital transformation? You smack it or you snack it. There's a punchline, no? What is smack? The icons actually is self-explanatory. How do you elevate technology? Social media, recruitment, anything that you do can actually done through social. Then you have mobile. Mobile is without mobile you are in a standstill. So that is mobile technology. Then you have A. What is A? Analytics. I asked somebody there. She was doing data science. Who was that data science person? How many of you are data science? Okay. Data science. Analytics is very, very, the amount of data that you actually get is the greatest source of information for making the right decisions. So analytics is very key. And the next one is cloud. So I just made it, this is just the tip of the iceberg, but you can actually find all of these things fitting into one of these categories as much as possible. So how do you make transformation? Think social, think analytical. Analytical in the sense you should use analytical tools basically. You should see how it can actually go on cloud. You can also see how you can make it mobile. Anything, like the example I told about application or leave application for that matter. You have your performance appraisal, how do you do it? Oh, today was the deadline. Your benefits, your pay slips, all of these can actually be mobile. You know, when you make transformation, that is how we think. And now where? Okay, this is where the HR organization is. I don't know if you can see it. You have employment attraction, then you have your recruitment, then you have your onboarding, you have your retention, you have your separation. All of these are, you know, it's a wheel that I actually picked up to tell you the different functions in human resources where typically transformations are happening. Okay, and you can actually prioritize based on your organization size and scale and scope. So can you actually give me some insights on the employee life cycle? What are some of the major aspects of employee life cycle? Employee life cycle. Have you learned? Google it. You don't have to. Okay. So, you know, anything that you have in terms of transformation. So where is it happening is what I was trying to tell you these things. Recruiting, onboarding, employee development, employee retention, employee separation. There's so many sub-items there. And then, above all, there is also a mindset change. I hope those who are listening to me will actually have a mindset change in terms of transforming the way you do your business studies also, in addition to transforming organizations and transforming using technology. Okay? You have everything in place, but if you don't have a mindset to make those big changes, then we are actually creating redundancies in our workplaces. Okay? So finally, this is my final landing slide. It is not all about HR practices. These are solutions. Okay, Reena will actually talk about solutions. She comes from the organization that actually provides a lot of solutions. So it's all about finding solutions to people's problems or business problems. Second one is, this is solutions around people, around performance, around information, and around work. The third one is, anything that you do to strategize and to transform should be with the objective of the long process of building relationship with your stakeholders, your business, and also with your employees. There is a shift from the normal to the external. So earlier, HR used to be always focused about how your employees are doing, how your business is doing. As I said, now it's not like that. It is, you're going to your customers, your investors, your community, all your CSR practices are all saying how can people do value in the community. I heard Parag also talking about some trading, etc. yesterday. So anything that you do to strategize and transform practices should aim at how can it actually benefit the community. And finally, the approach, the winning approach for any organization is outside in. You cannot make any practices with just your organization, with your people, or with just your fundamentals. You should always look at outside. What does the world need us to do? So for example, if you are actually making any solutions for, say, patients should actually feel, okay, how does the software make my life easier? Okay, so and then what does the business has to do? They have to make user-friendly solutions. What does that mean for HR? To have engineers who are excellent in user-friendliness, and then go and invest in people who work on that technology. I was just trying to give you a simple explanation of how you relate to outside in concept. So we cannot do things just looking at an organization internally. We have to work outside in, and that's where the success is. With that, I have come to the end of my session. If there are any questions, I actually ran through what, how, where, what is actually this transformation, how does it happen, where does it happen, and also why does it happen, because of the context in which we are discussing this problem. So with that, I will pause for any questions before I'm pulled out of the stage. Ask any questions you want. Yes.
And I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but this one it was a great session. I can't help but ask, but how do you ask for a promotion without looking too greedy?
Being too greedy. Actually, it's a very, very interesting question. Promotions, see, Reena, today's world, careers, organizations don't offer careers. It is called intelligent careers. Individuals have the option of either finding it within the organization or finding it outside organization. So the concept of career itself is boundaryless. Okay, so there is no boundary for your career in terms of what you want. Now, it also depends on what you want. Is it a title? Is it money? Is it a larger organization? Is it a role? Is it vertical? Is it horizontal? So that is an individual's choice. So organizations have designed certain principles and certain jobs, and it can actually become stagnant after some time. But if individuals want to grow, the growth is actually, we should actually define what you want in terms of, is it money? Sometimes organizations are very, I was reading somewhere, it's golden handcuffs in terms of bonuses and retentions and stocks, and you are retained. And sometimes it's too interesting that you don't want to give up. But you're not interested in that, you're interested in something else. So you might have to give up something to get something. So there is no greed, it is how you define how you want your careers to be, and either within or outside. So you go with the boundaryless. Again, like what Sindhu did, boundaryless. She's actually not looked at corporations. She actually started something on her own. She wanted to be her master. So that is also an option. Also depend on what you define as career success. Is it monetary? Is it philosophically? Some people are like, oh, I don't want to make more money. I just want to be sitting like this. And somebody got promoted. Let them get promoted. But what I wanted to do is this, and this is what I have accomplished. So if organizations promote just like that, it doesn't typically happen. They will definitely try to be as fair as possible in all possibilities. But if that's not what we want, because we see after promoting also, the next 6 months you're not in this job, you're actually moving out to some other place because somebody else has given you a much better job. So then what do organizations do? So then the philosophy behind that, which I believe in, is individuals are responsible for their careers and they choose where they want based on what their career objectives are and make the decisions. Thank you. Yes, I think my batchmates itself will, and my seniors will ask me questions. Let the children ask. Kini, we'll have it when we go back. No, you can ask actually.
Ma'am, as an HR practitioner, I wanted to know your personal favorite. Work from home or work from office?
Work from office at any point in time.
Why?
See, I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a daughter-in-law, I'm a daughter, I'm a sister, I'm a community person, and then on top of it, I am sitting at home and doing it. So I put my lipstick, I wear my dress, so anytime I just go on top and sit and do this work. So everybody thinks, oh, she's working from home, okay, because she doesn't come out, okay. I'm paid for being working. It's not in my pajamas that I have to come out. So I believe that I come from this old school of thought where I have to be properly dressed to go to my workplace, especially being a woman. Actually, we have to really be a little more careful in terms of our dressing, only then otherwise we would also be thinking, oh, you're sitting at home and doing cooking, that is your primary job, versus you are a businesswoman, you're a professional, you have to really change. So that is one. The second thing is that the amount of learning that you get in your jobs with people around you, okay, it is immense. But you should have the flexibility to sit at home whenever you want to, but being at the workplace is, in jobs like human resources, definitely makes a lot of difference to interact personally with people, also establish the connection that I was mentioning. So why are organizations putting pressure on people to come back to work? This is a great technology. I think, people are philosophers saying whatever has happened, it was supposed to happen 2040, 2030, that is happening today because of pandemic, but it is just a shortcut or it's a workaround, but not a permanent solution. And it's only in some businesses that actually you can do. For example, Kini doing sales, he cannot sit at home and sell, he has to go and meet a customer. Or somebody who's a doctor, they can do telemedicine for some time, but they really have to go to the workplace. So this is a luxury for some part of industry that is offering, but that's not a universal answer for workplace and the work cultures that we want to build.
I have a follow-up question to that. So said companies, from the company point of view, they would like the employees to work from office. But there is always, from the employee's point of view, they are now in the comfort zone of working from home. So how do you deal, as an HR person, how do you deal with this?
Yeah, I was talking about my personal opinion, which I personally prefer. Companies also are want to give flexibility, but want them to come in when they need them. So some of the practices for work from home is, be it in the vicinity of X kilometers, so that whenever there is a need, you come. Some companies are like, don't come at all, because the operating expenses we don't have to incur, because if you're not adding to the top line, you can actually work anywhere. It will actually save cost as well. So it is mixed responses from organizations. Employees are also having that mixed responses. So that is why now we are all going to the hybrid. Okay, now what is hybrid is not codified yet. Companies are defining what hybrid is, because it is observing and then making those changes rather than making a policy. As I said, you should collect as much of information as possible to make those changes sustain for life. So it is it's an ambiguous state in today, if you ask me, but some have been very clear about how their work from home has to be. Some are kind of fluid.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thanks.
Yes.
Hi. So I wanted to check with you more as a concern that traditionally, before tech kind of invaded us in our lifetime, HR used to be one of the most tech-laggard function.
Yeah.
Right? After pandemic, there has been a radical shift. HR is actually at the forefront of tech adoption. And by default, what is happening is HR is capturing a lot of personal data, right? Which the other functions are not. So your sales and marketing, they're capturing data, but not so much of personal data. HR now has a pile of personal data on humans which are working with them. Their personal data, their behavioral data, right? What are the safeguards organizations like Oracle and the other which are at the forefront building in to ensure that we don't intrude upon the personal liberties of the people?
Yeah. See, one is, just to give you a little bit of context, in 2000, when I was actually started working, 2002, 2003, online recruitment was there. Naukri.com, etc. came. So technology was there. Even Oracle HRMS, all that were employee lifecycle software that was there. So technology was there, but the shift actually, or the kind of the speed at which the HR adoption or HR has started adopting technology has happened in the last 10 years. Everywhere automation is there. This pandemic has given opportunities for some organizations who were behind the race to get into it. For example, 10 years ago I was using, 9 years ago I was using video interviewing in my office. And it's now that, okay, after all these pandemic, everybody is like video interviewing. I used to use this. The first tool that actually came into the market, I have used it. And probably the piloting in India was actually done by my team. So the adoption is, it is there, but different organizations chose to adopt technology at different phases and at different departments, because of which the laggardness that we were talking about has evolved. Now, the second thing is in terms of employee data, the employee data is not for public use. It is for organizations' use. Similar to medical data. I go to a hospital, my medical fund, my vitals are not public data. So it is only for organizations' use, and also there is a limit to which organizations can use employee data. It is only for employment related purposes and not for anything else. So that is a clear differentiation between using somebody's personal data and also how to take care of it. And everybody who touches employee data is actually giving an NDA, non-disclosure agreement, saying that this has to be, and this is what professional organizations has to do and insist on doing it, and because we have access to data, it's just, that's also the maturity of organizations to be careful about using it. And it is in a covered pouch, in the sense that it's a confidential stuff. So nobody goes up and speaks about your compensation. What is it? It is around this range. But what exactly it is, what are your other benefits, nobody knows, unless sometimes your managers also do not know what it is, because there can be other channels through which you will be rewarded. So an employee's data is truly a confidential data according to me, and there's only very limited that organizations can use what it is, and even if they use it, it is only for organizational or business decisions within, and for individuals' decisions, and not for public consumption. Yes.
Ms. Andy, you talked about retention as one of the important functions of talent acquisition, entire talent management process. And in organizations, what we see, this as an inseparable, inevitable function. But midway through, many of the employees, they realize that this is not my cup of tea and let me go out. So this probably would happen for people who are in their late 30s, early 40s and also what we call in HR, what is the midlife blues. Okay, so do you have such employees in your organization? So they turn into sometimes into music, art, agriculture. So we hear such stories. So what do you do with them? So do you pursue to remain with the organization, or do you gloriously, ceremoniously check them out?
Yeah. So, sir, very great question. So there are two types of definitions that we have about our jobs. One is the government jobs, hire till you retire. Okay. The other one is the individual careers. So let's understand, differentiate between a job and a career. Okay. Now, midway, as I was responding to Reena, it is your individual calling, what you want to do. Organizations allow individuals to do the way they want to run their careers. They will offer organizational careers. Okay? Individual careers are different. So is there a synergy? At some point in time, yes, but otherwise, these are what organizations can offer. It also has to do with promotions, etc. This is finding alternate paths. The other one is finding better paths in the same route itself. Okay, so to answer to your question, organizations are, government jobs are different. I am not classifying that. I am talking about organizational careers which is related to typically the private sector and, semi-public private sector kind of thing. Somebody wants to choose the path they want, there is no retention there. Retention is key for organizations when the resources are scarce and indispensable. You cannot survive. You have a core engineer who actually is building the stack and he's done the platform. Or you have somebody who's made a product which is, and he or she is the brain behind that. And it is, you need that person. You need to retain them at any cost. Displacing them is very, very expensive. Because you cannot, because you've invested in this person. Let's say somebody has made the aircraft engine design. This person has conceptualized and made it so much that if this person leaves, to replace it is very expensive. That is where the worry of retention comes. Okay, so following passions, if somebody wants to go, they go. We will also go and give some, carrots to bring them back if they're again indispensable and we require them to run businesses. But it's ultimately up to individuals to decide how they want to choose their paths.
Yes, ma'am. Great listening to you. And just to add on where George has talked with talking about the work from home option. See, for a lady, I think the expectations are too high when you sit at home and work. The family members, those jobs and those work that they would pleasantly do. But when a lady sits at home, I think they expect you to come down, and if at all you are engaged with your work, they expect you to come down and do it for them. And so this happens with each of the family members. And I think from the organization's perspective also, the management feels that you're chilling out with the time. Seeing the meeting times, the time of the meetings, which is always kept after 6 o'clock and it goes late in the evenings. So I think it is difficult for the lady to cope up with all this when you are there. So yeah. It would have been nice if you have work from office.
Yeah, I have a very different perspective about this. I'm a woman, and Reena and all of them are corporate. For women to be showing that they're working, they have to make extra efforts. Okay? Reena has come super dressed. She has come super dressed. I have come extremely super dressed. Because I have to showcase that I'm a professional. If I wear a chappal and come to speak to you in this class, oh, what is the first impression? Why are you super dressed when you come to teach in the class? I still remember, the nice saris that Philomena ma'am used to wear. Even Indu ma'am, the first thing is a ma'am, beautiful sari. Okay.
Those two are gorgeous ladies still now.
Even, yes.
They dress up beautifully.
There is there is this in Lean-In, which is Facebook's old COO. I don't remember her name. What was her name? Sanders. Full name? Sheryl Sanders. Sheryl Sandberg. So, Mark can actually wear a hoodie and come, but Sheryl can't wear a hoodie and come. She has to be dressed. Going back to women working from home, women should project. So, if somebody expects me to come down also, I will not come down. I am paid by my company not to chill, but to do work. And in all my meetings, whether people come or not, I am on video. I am not doing any side work when I am at work. So the differentiation of work and non-work is depending on, again, the individual. And it's much more, there's a lot of pressure on women. Because the other impression is that you might be cutting vegetables, and you see a lot of YouTube videos also doing some Zoom call and then feeding the child and all that. I think that's just one in several millions, and that cannot be tagged as women's career behaviors. To get into a call at 8 o'clock, you might have to get at 5 in the morning, finish off all the work if you don't have help. Otherwise, you can definitely outsource your work to a lot of people who will help you, especially in Indian context, the support systems are pretty strong. So, it is up to women to project how to be shown as a working woman. Okay, you can come in an auto, you can come in a car, you can come in chappal, you can come in a dirty salwar. But what is the image that you want to give it to the world as a working woman? That depends on you. True. So, whether you're working from home, if anybody is making a cake or cutting vegetable or feeding a child, it is their problem. And it is your job to showcase to them that you're much prepared for meetings or anything than anybody else. You put on your video and sit there. You are actually digging your own grave for showcasing a little, as you're not a working one. So I believe in that.
Okay, ma'am. I have another question for you. What good practices Oracle has to retain the talents?
This is not Oracle alone. All organizations will retain talent by giving them with the, what they want. What do they want? That is second one. And the third one is offering multiple job roles within the organization itself if they want to do that. Pay and rewards and all are just what does individual the response I gave to Reena. You can pay, you give hefty amounts of bonuses, but if they are critical, the indispensable resource, can be differentiated based on caliber, and that's what we teach in the business schools also. Not everybody is a class, doesn't come to the 10% in the class, right? So same investments have to be made even in the organizations. Differentiate talent and then reward and retain. The others will also get reward and retention, but it is, it is not as, what do you call it? It is important for the organizations to run, but it is not, what do you call it? Top 10% retention is a key result area for most of them. But even for managers, are you able to retain your top performers? So I would always differentiate that. You need everybody, but the tension of retention actually goes when you want to retain your top talent.
Sure. Thank you.
I know others are looking at their watch. They have a lot of questions. Yes, please. But Kini always has this problem that Anu gets onto the stage and will never come out.
Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, 2-decade story.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Shivaramushan. So I want to ask you that the talent acquisition before and after COVID, what has been changed, or what are the talents that you look after COVID and before COVID?
Yeah, definition of talent hasn't changed. Talent, we need extra careful talent here because the heavy lifting has to be done by human capital. The way you acquire talent has changed a little. As I said, the interviews are The interviews are mostly online. As I said, I used to do it much before that, and there were methodologies available before that, but we started using it more. Earlier, if it was 10% or 15%, now we're doing it for 100%. Okay, the way you acquire talent has changed, but the definition of talent has not changed. It has only been more, more defined and refined, and the processes have become more stringent because the kind of loopholes that technology can have in terms of impersonation and all is very high. You can have proxies come and do interviews and put some connection. All these things, malpractices can happen. So recruiters and organizations are paying extra care to acquire talent and being very, very careful that even if you meet 100 people, it's okay, but we want that right talent, which actually makes a big difference to us. And it's not janta hiring anyway. There was a time when everybody could find jobs, but today's world is, especially the economic context is so dynamic that we can't afford to make wrong decisions in hiring wrong people. We have to make the best decision of hiring the right person. So that is where the acquisition methods have become very stringent and very careful. Definition of talent has just become maybe 10x of what you wanted earlier. Because you're working from home, the perceptions about are they chilling out, all these things are important for us to consider. So, it's different.
Thank you, ma'am.
No questions? No, I have to. Yeah, somebody wants. More than anything, I think Kini will never allow me to be on the stage.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm Hava. So your career is in HR after completing your MBA in finance and marketing. So how difficult was that switch? So if I'm choosing a particular specialization and at any point of my life I'm feeling this is not for me, so how difficult it would be? What will be my challenges?
It's only you have to convince yourself. Organizations are convinced. That's why they've hired you for the job. It's you satisfying your decision that you took at some point in time. Oh, I chose finance. I had to be here. But organizations see that, okay, you're doing a great job. You continue it and you get paid, you get promoted. So then you don't have to worry. So the explanation, according to me, is only to you and your decision that you made. Who asked you to take finance? I had the choice of taking human resources thanks to Philomena ma'am. She used to teach me very well. So I said, okay, let me be in finance. And I took BCom. It's a natural, probably it's a natural progression. Those were my assumptions. That's not what actually the business world taught me.
But what about the career opportunities? Like if I choose a particular
Actually speaking, if organizations have found some skills in you and some capabilities in you and found the attitude and behaviors that they need for any specific job, you should actually accept it. Because in this world, and after some time, like what Sir said, you will have calling, passion, midlife crisis, all that comes. Okay, what you studied should not restrict you from, from getting a job. First, I think that's the first thing. First is to get a job. There were people in my batch who would say, no, I will not sit for placements if I don't get more than 10,000 as my starting salary. Okay, there are people who chose like that. Probably at that point in time, that is their calling.
Okay.
Okay, so my first advice to anybody is, if companies come to you, they are not looking for HR, finance, etc. No, but that's what I think. They would want people with X skills, capabilities, behaviors, attitudes, and the mindset. So there's a saying, skill can be taught, will cannot be taught. Business schools teach you skills, but the willingness to work is actually coming from you. So you should explain to yourself why you chose and why you chose to remain or why you opt out also.
Thank you.
Yes? Ma'am, I will have to have a session later, otherwise they will shoot me.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Alfred Joy. My question is that in your speech you said that it's not a shortage of jobs but finding the right talent. So how is companies now taking that challenge, and as student how can we solve that problem, like making ourselves more employable and meeting the expectations of these companies?
Yeah. So as I said, the shortage is for indispensable talent, the best talent that you want, because organizations want that, the best out of the lot. In campuses, or 1 in 100 gets selected. In typical, that is our conversion typically. 100 people write a test, okay? 70 of them fail the test, and you have 30. 30 of them go through HR round, 10 of them go through another technical round, and then finally you have like, finally 10 people to 7 people whom organizations actually meet for the final round and make one selection. So out of 100, that is how the definition of getting into the top is. Again, the normal distribution curve, 5 can only be employable in that lot. Your objective as a student is to how to become that 5% by reading, writing, listening, speaking, and also thinking. If you do that, you will definitely stand out. Now, reading is not anything janta. Economic Times is one business line. Read those. Understand what's happening in the business context. See what industries are looking for in terms of skills, behaviors, attitudes. See what your gaps are. There are so many opportunities that the college has. Make use of it. Say that I have to get placed through the campus placement only. I think the amount of network that I keep coming to ma'am and saying, ma'am, do you have, oh, I know everybody is placed, or they're not willing. All that is what I hear. But not this, but that's what I hear. So never have any barriers when you want to get into a job. Companies want you. You should have a liking for companies.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you so much. Finally, ma'am said, please come down. I'm available for any questions. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is a postgraduate in marketing with over 20 years of digital and broadcast media background experience in sales, strategy, branding, and planning. Ms. Reena Mishra. Ms. Reena Mishra is a senior partner sales executive, Microsoft, India, Southeast Asia. She started her career in 1999 with print media as a brand associate and moved on to television industry. She relocated to Toronto and worked with Global Media Toronto before becoming fascinated by digital industry and then moved to Yahoo in 2009. Before switching to Microsoft Advertising in 2018, Ms. Mishra worked as a director of agency relationship at Alibaba. She is a PhD alumni from 1999 batch. Welcome, ma'am.
Is it working? Yeah, it is. First of all, it's a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Marine Drive. But you guys are here and listening to us. So first of all, thanks a lot for make this count. But really, really happy to be here. We had one of those batches when we really didn't hustle and stuff, but I think we really had a great time. And in fact, when I finished my campus interview, so I got hired by Indian Express. So it was basically a brand associate job in Bangalore. And after 2 years, I moved to Mumbai and I started working with Z. And I was working with the brand team and the product team. But I think, I was so aggressive, then they said, you know what, you're just really good for sales. And from there on, I've been working in sales for almost like 20 years now, and I love it. And I'm a bit of a feminist, but I would definitely encourage, and especially women, that do not think that, sales is not a good option for women. I can personally talk from my experience that sales for women it's amazing. It just opens the world for you. You become such a confident person. You learn so much. So because I know that in a couple of years, a lot of you guys are going to go out and look for multiple job offers. But don't look down on sales, because it's just like entry to the world. Even for the human resources, and Anu could vouch for that sales is the last people who get fired. So it's always good to kind of look at sales in that way. And so I'm here today, and I want to talk about AI essentially. I know the whole topic is about the disruption that COVID brought, but I just thought this is very personal to me, and I just thought this is something, it's really like a meteor going to come and strike us, so let's just talk about it. So I think you can move from this slide. I'll start from another one. So before I start, I just wanted to ask, and give me a show of hands. My topic is, will AI take my job? How many people are actually worried in this room that artificial intelligence is going to impact their jobs? Can I just have a show of hands? How many people are actually worried about it? Like, are you worried that this will take your job? Okay, there are other people who could think that, what, maybe I know the answer. I think I've sorted it out. I think I'll manage. I mean, that's also a good place to be very honest. It's fine if you know what you're doing. But the way I'm seeing it here, and from the people I talk to, actually nobody really knows for sure. And as a humanity, when something new comes to us, we start to panic. We go into survival mode, And I'll just start from the very beginning. In 1980s, I think we were there. I'm not sure how many of you were there. When personal computer arrived, people started to freak out. People thought that, oh my God, it is going to take my job. If we had parents working with State Bank of India and my MTNL and any of those places, they were thinking, oh my God, now we will not have jobs. Everything will be taken over by machine. All that happened. I remember, and I actually came across this article which was written in 1983, and the newspaper article headline said, some people should be scared of computers. And in fact, when the PC had arrived, there were cases of computer phobia. People had anxiety and fear, and they were feeling aggressive towards computers. Somebody probably maybe threw it out also, because they were so freaking out that maybe we'll become slave to computers. That happened. When we all look back, maybe we'll feel like laughing about it. It's because we didn't know what it could do to us. Now fast forward to November 2022, when ChatGPT was launched. How many people have heard about ChatGPT in this room? Thank you. So you are the audience. I was beginning to get worried. I was actually worrying if my presentation was going to get too technical, but now I think I feel good about this. Great. So when ChatGPT happened, in 2 months' time, I think it looked like the whole world became hysterical. It was scary and exciting in equal parts, including people who have worked in tech companies. I am also freaking out. I'm in sales, will I have a job or not? And then, when you read about it, you're like, those fears are like, I think we're just getting into extremes. I'm also, it's a quantum leap. If you remember that movie, Terminator, how many people have seen Terminator and Terminator 1, Terminator 2? It's a cult movie. Awesome. We've all seen it. Do you remember the last scene when Skynet takes over the world? Yeah. So, and we thought, what? And in that movie, how it ends is like, the machine takes over the world. I think that kind of a feeling people started having when the chatbot ChatGPT was released. People are thinking, oh my God, this is finally the countdown when the humanity is going to go extinct. Maybe in 20 years from now, we will all be reporting to machines. It's, we all freaked out that way. But I think from the way I know from the inside, we are not going to go there. We will not reach there. Hopefully. It depends a lot on the people in this room as well, for all that matter. So, next slide. I can take it's here. So I wanted to cut the noise and just kind of give you some quotes from the tech giants. These are the people who have actually put money behind artificial intelligence. So this is a quote from Satya Nadella, and he says, if you don't jump on the new, you don't survive. I definitely fall into the roadmap in the camp of thinking of AI as augmenting human capability and capacity. So Satya really believes that, this is like the way to the future. There are quotes from Sundar Pichai, who's from Google, and he thinks that the AI is as big a phenomena as your electricity or fire. I mean, it's that big a deal. It is going to change the way we live or the face of humanity. It will impact everything and everybody. So I mean, and I think he says it with a lot of enthusiasm. But my personal favorite is the quote from Mark Benioff, and he says that technology is never good or bad. It is what we do with it. And I think that is where the role of HR and as a human angle comes in. This is my personal favorite also, because I think that 20 years from now or 25 years from now, many people sitting in this room would be in a position where you will be CEOs and CFOs or heads of the company. You will be doing meetings with all these business decision makers, that do you put artificial intelligence in your workplace, and how do you kind of go about it. And I would want to make an appeal that I hope at that point of time you make the right decision and you sit on the right side of the humanity, because I'm telling you the temptations to cross on the dark side will be really huge, because we do not know the impact of this artificial intelligence, and if it kind of sits on the dark side and what it can do to all of us. Sorry. Okay. So artificial intelligence is a very cool word. Everybody knows about it. We want to talk about it. It could be a great icebreaker. So if you're trying to have a conversation with a stranger, you could definitely use artificial intelligence as a conversation starter. But should you do it? Let's just learn a few basics of it, what exactly it is. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people know, but for the sake of sanity, I will just still revise it for all of us. So basically, it's a machine that can think and act like a human. That's one. And second is that the goal of AI is basically to solve real world problems. That's basically is the essence of it. And I know I can't help and think about it, because the overall, I think the agenda of this seminar is talk about what COVID did to us. And I think technology in itself was the biggest disruptor. If COVID would not have happened, maybe all the artificial intelligence things we were reading about, it probably was 5 years away. But because it happened, a lot of companies had to force themselves to stay relevant. We all had to put money, and Microsoft came with Teams and so many other digital assets. A lot of companies had to just online, you have to buy your enterprise thing on Zoom calls or whatever. Everybody did all of that stuff. So I think we kind of got forced into the whole thing of automation, and I guess because of that, maybe this whole thing has kind of come on to us maybe 3-4 years earlier than anticipated. So that's what has happened. Sorry. Okay. So why is the world going crazy about ChatGPT? Artificial intelligence, we have known, right? We have seen smartwatches, we have seen all these very smart appliances, we have had Alexa talk to all of us. What's the big deal about ChatGPT? So the big deal about ChatGPT is that the way it talks to you, it's almost human-like. It will help you write your poems. It will help you write your books. It will help you write your thesis. People have done their history homework and probably done their PhD. There's a guy who has actually made a book and sold on Amazon. He probably gave one line to that ChatGPT and said, write a story for me about a squirrel and a boy. And the whole book came out. He printed it and sent it to Amazon and sold it also. So that's just one small form of the business. So the way when artificial intelligence, the way it's looking right now, it is going to transform business. It is going to make a lot of things very automated and extremely efficient. And then it brings the moot question, what will it do to all of us? All this noise is great and everything is happening. I will take one more minute to talk about what it has done to the other organizations of the world. So when this happened, so basically ChatGPT is a company where Microsoft has basically invested $10 billion. I think, I'm sure it's likely to go up. That happened. After that, of course, Google was trying for the AI of their own tool. Now they are forced to do it earlier now. It's called BRAD. It's already worrying for them. Even it was the biggest organization in the world. They are also they're managing the money. They're like, if you put so much of money right now, how it's going to work out. After that, I think if you guys are reading Economic Times, so 4 big companies in China, which is your Alibaba, Baidu, JD, Tencent, they have all announced that they will all be putting money in artificial intelligence. Closer to home, Accenture, Deloitte, Infosys, they have started training the people on ChatGPT. There is a company, Apollo Hospital, they have come up with their own AI for doctors. So, I think the scary part about this thing is, it is evolving so fast that the market, I'm not even sure, it's so dynamic that it's actually kind of scary. Like, I am worried that there are things I know when I go out. I have a feeling maybe in 1 week's time or 10 days, it's going to change so fast. So, I get scared about that. And the reason why I'm trying to talk to you about this is that it's important that the way we think and the way you are wired, that probably will have to start changing now. So this is just one slide, and I just wanted to give this number here. I'm sorry, I'm really confused with this one. Let me just go back. Yes. No, one slide after this. Yes, thanks a lot. So if you look at ChatGPT, when it was launched, it took 5 days for it to reach 1 million user. When Microsoft introduced in the Bing AI, the ChatGPT, it took 48 hours to get the first million. It is phenomenal. It has never happened. So, I mean, what is going to happen in the next few years, none of us know here really. Is this the number? Is this the one? This one, right? Sorry, bear with me. I've got it. Some people know me very well in this room. I'm so sorry. All right. So this is just one of the Jan data. This is basically a report from Statista. This is just to give you a snapshot of the kind of companies who have already started using artificial intelligence. So there are almost 900 companies who have already started integrating AI into their platforms. And it's just like, beginning. I mean, the idea I'm trying to say is that behind this, there's actually a McKinsey report which basically says that all the leaders in the world today are actually sitting in a room, they're learning about all the sophisticated AI tools, because when they come out of that meeting, they're going to implement all of that. And whatever change we see in the world today is going to happen because of that, because everything is kind of coming from here. Okay. I will shift the focus to this room now. Now, what is going to happen to all of us? Should we be worried? Even if we are worried, I mean, what can we do to kind of, manage this? So these are just some of and here I want to kind of go a little 23 years back. I was talking to some of my classmates yesterday that when we were passing out, actually we knew the answer of the question that where do you see yourself 5 years from now? When COVID happened, nobody knew that. Like, it was the most irrelevant question. I think people must have wanted to laugh about it. That nobody knew in 2 years' time you're going to see COVID. But anyways, what I'm trying to basically make a point here is that when we were passing out, the markets were not so volatile. We probably had the skill set, like, whatever we had learned, we were ready to kind of go in the world and kind of, implement it and learn from it, get a job out of it. When I'm talking about the batch which is going to get out this year or maybe 2 years later, for you it is different. You have done your course, but that's not going to end there. You have to be, and that's the basic minimum, that you have to have a learning curve on. You will have to know what's happening around the world. You'll have to know things like which pieces of your job are actually going to be taken over by, or which will be automated. So the bottom line is that everything that can be repetitive, everything that is boring will be automated eventually. So you have to be a person who has a thinking hat. You have to have a person who has to have an opinion about things. So these are some of the examples. If you look at financial services, they will have things like detect fraud. In transportation, we will have import, navigation tools, autonomous driving. In India, I still think autonomous driving is a little bit far off, because I will want to have the pleasure of fighting with the other fellow traveler on the road and give some galis and say traffic light and all that. So in India, it's a little bit time, but maybe US will see the driverless taxis very soon. Probably they are already seeing it. In e-commerce, we have optimized prices and sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis it's an AI tool which actually, when somebody is interacting over a period of time, they will listen to your, they will understand what are you about to purchase, what are you feeling. I mean, what is the chances of kind of clicking on something and buying something. So that's a kind of sentiment analysis. It's a tool. You have things like healthcare, in manufacturing, there are in all these industries. So if you look at it, pretty much everything is going to get impacted. Okay. The jobs that can be done by AI. This is a very boring slide to look at, but the essence of my presentation is actually here. And I will want to for you to pay a little attention, because now think about it this way. Where people are sitting in this room, you are going to make a list, short list, the companies that you want to work for. You want to basically get ready for all the campus interviews that's coming. It probably is a company which is maybe it's a marketing company, it's a finance company, it's a customer service or a healthcare company. For you, before you go and have that first conversation with the HR manager or with anybody in that company, how do you come across is very important. And that is where it is important for you to do your homework. So for example, if it's a company which is a marketing company, you will have to go and find out, do your homework in terms of, okay, which aspects of this company is impacted by, AI. What AI tools are they using? Are they using any tool for sentiment analysis? And the reason why you need to know all of this is because only when you know that, okay, when I go and interview for the job, so for example, if you are looking at manufacturing, and if you're looking at something which is, defect, you're looking at defect detection, there's a huge chance that, there's already an AI for that. Maybe your role will be minimized. So it's very, very important that you know what you're getting into it, what is the capacity, what is the company's potential in terms of investing in AI in those fields, because that, by that very percentage, your chances of kind of getting invested, is compromised. So essentially the idea is that nobody is expecting you to be an expert in the room. Of course, every company will want to hire an expert, but it is not possible. We understand that it's artificial intelligence is a new thing. But when you get into the room, you should be smart enough to have a conversation around it. At least when somebody says that, do you know about it? You should know, okay, I know about it, how it is going to go. What is that going to do is that at least you will have your foot in the door. Between having a candidate in front of me who doesn't know anything versus who knows something, I will take that person who's at least is keen to learn, who's leaned in, he's at least understanding, okay, this is the market dynamics I'm getting into. So it's important to keep your, keep learning and reading about all these things. Okay. Can we handle this whole meteor, this juggernaut that's coming at us? We cannot handle it. It is going to come. Whether we close our eyes, we run away, but artificial intelligence is going to be a part of our lives and we have to deal with it. So if you cannot beat them, you join them. And how do we do that? This is just some basic algo, how basically machine learning works. You put in a data, there is an algo. When you put in the new data, it picks up a model and basically makes predictions. That's basically what the machine learning does. Okay. These are some of the skill sets that you will need in the era of AI. Some of the things, you're thinking, oh, communication skill, this I already have. Communication skill was needed from the long time, even when we started kind of, having, even before anything. Humanity is what today, because we are the species who Homo sapiens can talk to each other, and that is how we have evolved here. But the thing is that this is the most important skill to have still. So you cannot undermine it. Of course, we all can speak, but you have to get really, really good at it. And I'll tell you why. Because we can, of course, talk about normal things, but when artificial intelligence comes into picture, you have to now learn a language around it. And you must be thinking, oh, this is AI, I'm not an engineer, why should I bother about it? It's not going to happen like that, because AI is not the domain or something which only the techies or the engineers of the world have to take care of. It is all of us. I'm not at all a tech person, I have zero tech background. But today I know it. I'm a non-tech, but I went and did some certification course in security and cyber security. I'm going to do another course on blockchain, because I am also freaking out. I want to understand what's happening. How is the whole artificial intelligence converging? It is going to kind of impact everybody. If I have to take a business decision tomorrow, if I want to be a CEO, I should know my language. Even I should know my language enough to ask that engineer sitting next to me that, tell me how will this impact? What kind of thing it will impact my bottom line? What kind of people we need? What is the best outcome according to you? The person to have that same conversation with you, you have to know your language. That's it. That's why it's important to basically get really smart. Think about a scenario that when you're sitting in a room and you're trying to explain a concept of machine learning to somebody who doesn't know anything. So start from there. So those are the things I'm just basically trying to tell you, that you have to get to know this world. We can't skip it. The second one is, of course, management and finance knowledge. Now, we eventually, all of us, the ultimate goal for all of us is either we become a founder of the company like Sindhu or Parag, or we become like CEOs and CFOs, like we have Vijay Kini, so many other, all of us here. We all want to be there. You want to become a CEO, CFOs, big directors of the company. That's our aim, and inshallah, we'll all get there. But the idea is that you have your management and finance knowledge, and you are the people who are going to solve the business problems. But for you to be able to solve that, and there will be an AI to solve it. You have to know your way around it. How will you decide it? That's the reason you have to get better in that knowledge. Now, Python programming. In fact, I was discussing this with Sunil, and he's like, "Are you sure we need to learn Python programming?" Because I'm not sure anybody will be really keen. So, I know a lot of friends of mine. They're zero tech backgrounds. But apparently, Python programming is something which is very easy to learn. It's easy to learn. People can learn it. So I will definitely encourage for people to dive and see if you can do something with it. It's better to get familiar. Maybe you will give an exam and miserably fail, but you will know what it is. It's good to be 2 than a 10. It's good to be 2 better than 0. And then of course machine learning. So this is another language. I think it's basically another subset of AI, but definitely learn it. So the bottom line is that every business will need AI understanding, and you will need to have your strategy ready. So please don't be scared of this word. This is basically, I'm just trying to give a picture here of that. Now, should you go out in the world and look for a job, and if you're worried, okay, I don't want to have this job because maybe it might not be there 10 years from down the line, what field should I be looking at? So these are some of the fields which are actually around, artificial intelligence, and these are the kind of field which will never, if you are into any of these fields and some more, you will thrive. You will be all right. Then essentially, if you look at Internet of Things, big data, computer simulation, graphic hardware, virtual reality, data science, and some of you thinking, this is all very tech. It's not that. There are other things also. There are, cyber security expert, climate analyst, all that stuff. So, but I'm just kind of giving you an idea that this is basically the core. If you are kind of in a place which kind of feeds the AI ecosystem, you will be all right. Okay, this is a very heavy slide, but I did not want to lose anything because this probably is something you might be looking for. So essentially, this is a World Economic Forum that happened in Davos, and people actually spoke about which are the future jobs that will be there, and I think these are some of those which has kind of come: a cybersecurity expert, human AI interactions, data scientists, investment bankers, blockchain experts. These are some of these, jobs which will have like, these are some top maybe 10-15 jobs which will be extremely relevant. And in fact, I just want to give some pieces of reality here. AI is there, it's going to be there. But the reality of the organization is also this, that AI is very expensive. Everybody cannot invest in it. Of course, big companies have an advantage. If tomorrow a small business wants to pick up an AI, it might take some time for them. Of course, they'll have to make a decision, okay, I'm going to put this money at the very upfront, make an investment, because 10 years down the line, I'm going to make my business so efficient. Of course, that kind of vision, everybody might not have. Some people might have it, they might not have the money. But currently the way it is, and I'm just giving this perspective from when Microsoft launched the Bing AI, so versus a normal search that you do, and when you do that search on ChatGPT on Bing AI, or if tomorrow Google comes with their Brad, which is their AI platform, it will be 10 times more expensive for the company to give you the same answer. So the company is actually bearing 9 times extra cost for you to give that kind of experience. Over a period of time, this is going to come down, but at this point, this is the reality. Of course, AI is going to be there, but you have to know that I don't see a future where they'll be like everything will be robotic. At the end of the day, you will be a part of the ecosystem. We will need human intelligence to make the decision. We will need that human angle and the empathy. So we will always be around it. So it's better that we manage it before it starts to manage us. And I'm not sure if you're able to see this, but basically global artificial intelligence market size is supposed to be some 169 billion worth of market in the next 2 years. So this is a really, really big number. I think, this is a world converging on us. So I think the idea is to get ready. You know what, actually it's 412 million. So it will be 169 billion, right? Because billion has 9 zeros. So I learned to take a hard way. So my mantra is embrace the uncertainty, enjoy the beauty of becoming when nothing is certain, anything is possible. And this is, I mean, of course, I work for this company, but he's also, even before I worked for Microsoft, I mean, Satya is, I think, a role model for a lot of people. And this is something that he said in the event in Build in 2018, not even now. So imagine even how far back these people have been thinking about it. Like, he speak about we have the responsibility to ensure that these technologies are empowering everyone. These technologies are creating equitable growth by ensuring that every industry is able to grow and create employment. But we also have a responsibility as a tech industry to build the trust in technology. This is my last slide. Happy to have questions. I have another quote from Steve Jobs. It says, "Stay hungry, stay foolish." So no question is foolish. Please ask.
Do you think that because of COVID, the acceleration has happened much faster in the field of technology? And when do you think we will see a day when AI finally passes the Turing test? When will that happen? A lot of people are saying it will happen by 2029. But so many people come, they predict, they go, it still hasn't come.
So your question is that when will the AI pass the unit test?
Turing test.
Oh, the Alan Turing test.
Yes.
What was Alan Turing? What did he want? Sorry, I haven't seen this movie again. What did he want?
Basically, he said that if you put a human being in, say, the next room and a machine in the behind room, okay, a time will come when you're not able to tell which one is the machine and which one is the human being.
Well, yeah, that's a very good question. And I think, you know what, it's not very far. It's not very far.
Yeah, but they've been saying that for the last 10 years, it still hasn't happened.
You know what, think about it this way. I mean, the way I started, I mean, nobody knew that, first of all, I do believe that COVID actually kind of hastened the whole AI. I think it is an idea.
Was it the AI that got hastened or the adoption of the technology?
No,
See, the AI has been existing ever since the machine was beating the world chess champion with the first deep, all these games which came. 10, 15 years ago, all the champions were being beaten by the machine. So it was always machine versus machine. Yeah, with Moore's law, we found out that computing doubles every 18 months and the cost of AI itself will have to come down if you follow Moore's law. So that cost aspect will get taken care of in another 5 years. Yeah, but my first question is whether COVID has accelerated the technology investment or is it only the adoption part of it?
No, it has actually accelerated both. It has definitely accelerated the adoption and the investment. Because think about it this way, for a company like Microsoft, which has about 12,000, we're talking about almost 1,20,000 employees all over the world. When COVID struck, everybody went underground. All of a sudden, you just needed something to kind of, keep the business going. And then, though we had teams, it was in a very rudimentary form. And then, we had to put all the investment there to kind of make it run and work. Then Zoom came, then, so many other video call apps kind of started coming. So I think the answer is that both happened. And in fact, COVID made it clear that should something like this happen again, we need to be ready. So I think investments from all the company, and if you see my slide on which I had presented, almost there are 900 companies across the businesses who are already putting a lot of money. And mind you that AI investment is not a cheap investment, it's a very, very expensive investment right now. So there are companies who are actually kind of putting a lot of investment upfront. And to the question about Alan Turing, that will that time come? If you had a time to interact with ChatGPT, I think I do feel that there are moments that you do feel that it has come. I will give you an example. So when we were, how many people have actually worked on ChatGPT, tried something? Has anybody? Okay, great, lovely. So I asked one question to ChatGPT, and don't judge me on this, but we were just being little, trying to figure out what it could answer. So I asked the question that I'm going through a heartbreak. Can you please tell me what to do? So the first thing it said that, first of all, I'm really sorry to hear that you're going through a heartbreak. And then it said that these are the 5 things you could do. You could meditate, you could talk to your friends, you could have a therapist, you should try and have some kind of a hobby. And so, that is where it ended. Now the beauty of this, that now the ChatGPT is asking me, how long has it been? It really shook me, and I wrote, in that minute, I think I just wanted to hug that ChatGPT, whoever that was, because it said, then I said 2 months, and then it said,
so ma'am, you have reached the point of singularity that when you want to go and hug it.
You know what, I wish I could, we haven't reached there, but I'm telling you, in some moments, you do feel that you're there, and that is the reason why people are beginning to freak out a little bit, and I hope that, we as humans, think about this way, we are right now the one who's navigating it. It's so big that, sometimes it will take a lot of people to come together and handle it.
Boys, could you please keep silence?
But I do think we will get there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Things like ChatGPT, isn't it making us dumber? This is my personal opinion when I hear about Meta, ChatGPT. I feel that in the future, we would be like, everything is being done by AI, so we don't need to think anymore. So, isn't it making us dumber,
No, I don't think it is making us dumber. I just think, it is first of all showing you what are the possibilities. And in fact, if you look at ChatGPT and the way if businesses have to make businesses out of it, I think you have to become smart enough to know what prompts to give it. What kind of questions, like even Anu said, sometimes when you're sitting in front of the hiring manager, you have to ask the right questions. So I think you have to become smarter to know what kind of data you feed into it to get the answer out of that. And in fact, a lot of people who have some people claim to have broken the ChatGPT's sentient being. In fact, I think there was a story which said that that Bing AI fell in love with somebody and said that divorce a wife and all of that. Because, they really went into that crazy level of having a 2-hour conversation with it. And, trying to basically twist it out of something. So, the idea is that, if you have a right, what you want to get out of it. Before you sit in front of ChatGPT or Bing AI to answer that question, if you know what your prompts are, I think there is a mind. Because what it's doing is, it's the collective wisdom of the everything that is sitting on the internet right now and giving you that answer in a single screen. Imagine the kind of work it is doing. In terms of accuracy, I think that for me, I think the accuracy is almost 99.9%. If I ask one question and it gave the answer, I'm not sure how many people say, okay, you know what, maybe very technical questions, some pieces could be a little bit wrong, but I think it's almost there. So I definitely think it's not making you dumb, but for the, let's just give it a little bit of benefit of doubt. I think we all have to also become smarter around it and, ask the right question so that we are able to make it work for us.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure if I answered, but I tried.
Thank you, ma'am. We request Dr. Indu Nair, Group Director.
Okay.
Group Director, SCMS Group of Institutions, to give away mementos to our esteemed guests, Ms. Anu Matthew and Ms. Reena Mishra, as a token of our gratitude. These mementos are customized and made by the differently able creative young minds of Taksh Creators Urja. Urja is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of differently able through extensive training programs and identification of workspaces. Thank you, ma'am.
Now with ChatGPT, how are you going to monitor answers coming from students? How are going to be handled? Good one. Very good.
Now we request Mr. George Joseph K., Assistant Professor, SCMS, to propose the vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Thank you. Good morning. In fact, before the session started, I had started making notes, kept taking notes, and then I realized that probably the vote of thanks would probably extend beyond the actual speech. So then I stopped. So I'll really cut it short. To begin with, I would like to thank Indu ma'am for the warm welcome to the speakers. Yesterday, for those of you all who are not here, we had a very insightful set of discussions on disruptions by a very eminent panel of speakers. And we continue the process today. In fact, we are very fortunate to have such a very good, eminent panel of alumni, speakers, and I think we should give a big hand for that. I'll begin with the first speaker for the day, Ms. Anu Matthew. Thank you, ma'am, for actually reinforcing the fact that students should read, be aware of general affairs. I think that is something which we keep telling them. So thank you for reinforcing that as the first point. Of course, ma'am's speech dealt on the issue of uncertainties in the job market as far as employment is concerned. I think it was well received by the students. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for that. I'll come to the second speaker for the day, Ms. Reena Mishra. Again, thank you for reinforcing the fact that sales is also for women. Because that is again a very, very common misconception which I think students have. So thank you for that. And regarding AI, I think it's an understatement to say that it is now the next, or it is going to be the next big thing. It has already started ruling most of our lives, and it's like probably a matter of time before it actually takes over. ChatGPT, everything. So I think we'll have to wait and see. So that is again work in progress. So thank you once again to Ms. Anu Matthew, to Ms. Reena Mishra for the excellent insights. Thank you to the management for all the support in organizing this event. And finally, to the students, I think these 2 days are for you. I'm sure the learnings have been well received. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. We will now disperse for tea, which is arranged in the atrium. It will be followed by the second business session with addresses by eminent personalities. It is scheduled to commence from 11:25 a.m.
Places virtually where you physically cannot go. What's even more impressive is the
I request all of you to be seated. Please be seated. We are about to start the session soon. All of you, please be seated.
Everyone, please be seated. We are about to start the session soon. Welcome back to Panorama 2023. Disruptions in organizations post-COVID, impactful insights by SCMS alumni. Today, we have with us Mr. Vijay Kini, Senior Vice President and Business Head, Passenger Vehicle Loans, Cholamandalam Investment and Finance Company Limited, Bengaluru. Mr. Kini is an experienced retail finance service professional with more than 22 years of expertise across geographies in sales, credit, risk and debt management of secured and unsecured loans, products through personal loans, auto loans, two-wheeler loans, three-wheeler loans and commercial vehicle loans. Prior to joining Cholamandalam Investment, he was with Citi Financial Consumer Finance India Limited as the manager, HDFC Bank as the area sales manager, White Data System India Private Limited as non-executive director. Mr. Kini is a PGDM alumnus from 2000 batch. To welcome Mr. Vijay Kini to the Panorama 2023 and to request him to address the gathering, we invite Dr. Poonima Narayan, Professor, SCMS Cochin School of Business. Ma'am, please.
So good morning all. I stand here to welcome Mr. Vijay Kini, batch 7 PGDM, who had passed out in 2000. I know majority of you sitting here were not born in 2000, but still he is your senior. Panorama 2023 is a really unique event. It is an event which is being conducted for the people, by the people. And you know, it's a truly democratic event. This event is being conducted by the students of MBA and PGDM. And their senior, Mr. Vijay Kini, is talking to them for their benefit. He will be sharing his thoughts on disruptions and post-COVID management scenario. So, Mr. Kini, the floor is all yours, and your juniors are waiting to hear from you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. There's no energy yet. Good morning. Okay, good. So, yeah, first of all, I'm really happy and delighted to be here today for this Panorama 2023. I think when Indu ma'am first spoke to me about coming here, I was like too happy to tell that, you know, I definitely want to be here. I think I was here probably a year back, or I addressed, I think the coming back program, you know, I addressed students. I'm not too sure if you guys were here or the previous batch. Oh, previous batch, okay. It feels very nice to be here. And yeah, so today what, the next over the 15 to 20 minutes or maybe 30, what I'll do is we'll start interacting more and understand what are the things which have actually happened on the retail lending space, right? So before I get into the retail lending space, I'll start this thing with a video and then probably take it from there. Yeah.
The crisis is boosting innovation with the emergence of brand new. There's a less familiar story about COVID-19. The crisis is boosting innovation with the emergence of brand new ideas.
mRNA vaccine, a new technology.
And with the application of existing ones in surprising new ways.
The crisis has caused an acceleration in adoption of technologies.
This is pushing the world further into the future.
We've had to build more airplanes than we ever have before.
Often at breakneck speed.
We just closed £350 million.
Businesses are being forced to adapt.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Amazing.
Or face extinction.
Another hammer blow to Britain's retail sector.
This upsurge in innovation will bring lasting change for good and bad.
Could you get into your computer? This is my kid's future.
So what lessons can be learned as the world looks towards the post-pandemic era?
There is an opportunity for innovation to stay at the cutting edge.
So, COVID has actually had a very devastating effect on the lives of people and businesses across the globe. That's on one side. On the other side, as you already heard probably Anu and Reena speak, that it's actually forced a lot of change in behavior of people. The way people started doing things pre-COVID and post-COVID has relatively changed. It's changed the view on innovation, as you saw in the video now. It's changed the organizational perspective also in terms of technology, in terms of the way they function, like some people spoke about, ask questions, hybrid working, work from home, work from office and so on. So a lot of changes have happened because of COVID. Now, what is the change which has actually come in the retail lending space? I want to probably specifically talk about that. So before I get there, wanted to ask you, sorry, can you? Yeah, before I get there, I wanted to probably ask a question. What do you guys understand by the word retail lending? Okay, this is like writing, you're giving a paper and then asking a question. So have you, see, some of you who are studying, or some of you studying here would have probably taken something called an educational loan, right, to probably be a part of this institute. How many parents have actually availed an education loan to enroll here? Oh, good. And okay, so what typically happens is once you pass out from the school, some people get into jobs, some people take the entrepreneurial route. So people who, once you pass out from here, you would want to have a credit card of your own, correct? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. And some people will want to have a two-wheeler, buy a two-wheeler. So you go for a two-wheeler loan. And as the day progresses, the two-wheeler, from a two-wheeler, you want to buy a four-wheeler. Yes or no? You want to graduate, so you take a loan again for the car. And as you move on and on and on, then you go for the mother of all loans in India, which is called the home loan. So where you get locked and you pay through your nose all through your life. Okay, so that is what retail lending is all about. So basically, there are a set of people who give these kind of loans to consumers like you and me. So who are those people who lend money? Do you know who are the people who lend money? So I do, that's there. But apart from me, he also does. He's laughing. The next speaker also does. Okay, so there are certain entities who lend money. Okay, the first is, the nationalized banks. You have heard about SBI, Bank of Baroda, and so on and forth. And then you have the private sector banks. Sorry, I think your logo is not here. Okay, so we have the HDFC, Kotak, and ICICI. And then we have the non-banking financial corporations, which I represent. So they're the one set of lenders. And then you have the new gen fintechs who actually started coming to this space, right? And COVID has actually propelled or, mushroom ballooned the entire growth of the new fintechs. So these are the four large entities who actually lend money for whatever needs you have. It could be a personal loan, it could be a credit card, it could be a two-wheeler loan, it could be a car loan, it could be a home loan, a mortgage loan, SME loan, so on and so forth. The list is endless. Apart from this, there's also a local financier, a person who's not probably organized, but then he's a small time, probably a Marwadi finance and whatever. So they also do a lot of lending. So all these companies put together extend credit to all the socio class of people in the country and across length and breadth of the country. Is it clear? Okay. So now, how big is this industry? This industry is extremely big. So this industry is close to about 1,74,000 crores of money is being given for people to buy various products. And this industry, as we close the financial year in the next probably 40 days from now, we would have grown by about 13%. And if you see, is this visible for the people sitting in the back? Yeah. So if you see, the companies come out with offers, right? So if you go buy a mobile, so 0%. You want to go buy a consumer durable, a TV, a fridge, a washing machine, buy it at 0% and pay in 3 installments, 4 installments, so on. So you see a lot of these small ticket loans are actually catching a lot of attention and people are willing to buy. And that's why you see the credit cards, the personal loans and the small other loans form a larger population of people who actually buy products. So it's basically what we do is that you have an aspiration to buy something, we prepone that aspiration for you and then make it easy for you to pay us back on a monthly basis. So like, I want to buy a house of 2 crores. Okay, if I have to save 2 crores of money and then buy, it's going to take a lifetime. It's 23 years, I still can't do it. So I hope some of you do it much faster. But then if I have to buy a house of 2 crores today, which I already own, so I've taken a home loan, I'm paying monthly EMIs and then I'm able to afford. So basically it creates a liquidity, availability of money, fund flow within the economy. So that's what we as retail lenders do. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on what the industry is all about before I get into specifics of what are the changes which have happened in the industry. So any questions you have before I get into that? Or you want to park all the questions for later? Later? Okay. Okay, so there are two sides of retail lending, right? So first side is that where you as a customer interface with a lender. Okay, that is what this phase is all about. And most of the organizations, lending organizations, including banks, have made significant progress as far as the customer interface is concerned. So what used to be a typical physical kind of a environment where you had to go to the bank or the lender and borrow money, because of internet, 3G, 4G, 5G, whatever has come, banks have been successfully, have made a mark into a digital setup. So what COVID has actually done for the retail lending space is that most of the channels which the bankers were operating in was not integrated, which means that I apply a loan on the mobile application or I go to the bank branch. The experience is very different. So it's not synchronized, it's not integrated. Then there are various customer assisted journeys and so on and so forth. So what COVID did to this industry is that it made an omni-channel setup, wherein whether you go to a bank physically or whether you actually use an application, your experience, what you get is the same. So everything got integrated. That is what COVID pushed the entire industry to. And another thing in India, which I think somewhere maybe Reena point of view I want to talk about, is the new concept called phygital started emerging. So which means that there is a part of things which you do physically, there's part of the process what you do digitally. So what it's called phygital. So there are few reasons why phygital is still going to continue probably in India for a very long point in time, is because one, there are a set of consumers, when it comes to borrowing money or giving money, they want to know whom they're giving to. They don't want to do it to machine. Like I want to take 1 lakh from, I don't want to apply on a machine and get money into my account because I don't know who's giving me. So that fear psychosis still exists. Number two, if you look at India as a country, if you go across the country, the Digi adoption is significantly low. So which is why people or companies still have a physical mode. So while organizations today are completely Digi ready, the consumers aren't. That's what I'm trying to say. So phygital is going to be the way forward for some more time, some more years as far as the lending business is concerned in this country. So now this is what you as a consumer experience. But what happens when at the back end of the organization? So there's a very crowded slide I'm going to show. Don't worry about it. Now every person who takes a loan has to go through the entire grind, okay, of process. So the next time you say, boss, I applied for a loan and this guy took 3 days, please bear with him, because it has to go through the entire grind. So some of these processes are manual, some of these processes are semi-automated, some of these processes are automated. But irrespective of any loan you avail from any institution, this is what happens. So be nice to bankers. Okay. Now what happened because of COVID? So COVID came in March 19. So then you said 30% of the population started moved to digital. Some 12% of the customers reduced the bank usage. 13% of the industry started using technology or digital banking for the first time. And then the most important part is 24% of the customers felt that they will change the banker only because they don't have digital presence at all. So because those consumers felt, I don't want to do any physical activity. And this is where the problem started. And this is what actually propelled a lot of changes within the lending industry itself. So the lending industry had to actually bridge 3 things. One, what was the customer expectation? Where is it emerging from? Why is he asking this? Second, what kind of technologies are available today, technology stacks which are available today in the market? That is something which the companies looked up for. And third, the most important thing, every organization, any change you talk about today, wherever there's people, there is resistance. And organizations are very stingy. They don't spend money. If you can save $1 or ₹1, they'll do that. But if you say you want to invest into technology, they'll say we'll look at it tomorrow or day after, because we don't have budgets. Budgets are frozen. Our revenues are not up to the mark. We can't go beyond a particular point. So these were the large challenges which had to be bridged. And all this happened, as Reena said, we preponed everything. What would have happened 3 years later to today? So, but then the organizations had to go through all of these. So let's look at a few of this in detail. Now, ironically, a banking customer was not influenced, or his expectation did not change because he went to probably Yes Bank and said Yes Bank had a good service, then maybe Chola or any other company. But what actually influenced this or changed his expectation is daily access to variety of things, which means that he wants to buy a product, he goes to Amazon and says, okay, I want to buy a product. He wants to order food, he goes to Swiggy, he orders food and it gets delivered home. He wants to book a cab, he books it on Ola, Uber, and he's out. Now, what customers started expecting is that if I can do it for all the other products and services, why can't it happen as far as my lending or banking is concerned? So that is where the banking entire thing got influenced from a customer, because he had all access to cloud, social media, Internet of Things, cognitive computing and stuff like that. So he had access. So he said, why can't I have an experience of this when it comes to lending? So that actually created some benchmark as far as lending is concerned. Now, moving on to technology, most of the lenders in the market had some kind of technology with them. It's not that we were doing, using probably a paper and pen. But then those technologies were getting outdated by the need of the hour. So when COVID happened, so basically there were 3 phases which had to be covered. One is on the digital side, one is on the voice side, one is on the face-to-face interaction which is happening. So I'll start with face-to-face. Instead of customer meeting us face-to-face, the advent of MS Teams and whatever the Zoom calls, I think this Reena mentioned. So that started. So the customer said, boss, why should I meet you physically? You can do it over call. No, I don't have to meet you. There nobody wants to come home. In terms of voice, earlier we had telecalling centers. There was a forward which is going on WhatsApp. Who calls you the most? Your wife, your friend, or Bajaj Finance? They say Bajaj Finance. Correct? Yeah. So the dialer system came in, and there were chat boxes created, voice blast, things which came in as far as the voice was concerned. And of course, digital, I think it's no brainer today. You have mobile applications, you have web-based, you have chat bots, you have social media and so on. So these were the technologies which the lenders had to incorporate, adopt, implement, design, customize and implement. And there are few areas of technology which also became very important from a lender perspective. The first is data analytics. It is something to do with what Reena mentioned, artificial intelligence. Okay, a part of it, right? So he's saying if, say, Parag is a customer who comes to me, so how do I know Parag is the right customer to lend? So immediately you have all the analytics tools which says that, okay, Parag is 40 years old, he's married, he's in Bangalore, here, there. They immediately mirror the profiling of Parag and they say yes or no. So all this intelligence, predictive modeling was something which we had to incorporate, because I can't wait to go meet Parag and then say yes or no to him. Moment Parag comes to me, I have to say yes or no. So that actually forced lenders to adopt these technologies and incorporate in their normal stream of work. Second is that I spoke about fintechs. Now there are plenty of fintechs which are existing in the market, where most of the documentation is getting digitized. So today you want to go to an RTO, the regional transport office, and say you put your number and then you get everything called, there's a site called Vahan, there's Karza and so on. So similar to that, you give maybe a customer ID of your bank, and then you have companies like Perfios who would actually spool your bank statement and give it beautifully the way you want. So all these integrations also need to be done. So we have to expose those APIs between financial institutions and other fintech companies. And then DigiLocker is something which actually is now slowly catching up. So all your documentation today, whatever you have, can be a part of DigiLocker, right from your Aadhaar card, PAN card, driving license, health cards, and so on and so forth. And then e-sign. There's no need for any wet signature anymore. Everything can be digitally signed. So that's something which is there. And of course, the beautiful thing which happened in India is digital payments. I think today it's been maybe more than 1 year. I don't carry physical cash with me anymore, right? It's all either through GPay, PhonePe, Razorpay. As long as you have money in the bank, you can pay. So there is no need for any of it. In fact, the world has gone a step ahead. There's something called a K-ring. So, instead of carrying plastics and a mobile phone in case you don't want, you just wear a ring and go, and if you want to pay, just show your ring, and it gets you can start paying your bills in restaurants or any kind of POS machines. So it's called a K-ring. So that's something which is already come in UK and Dubai. I'm sure India, it'll come in very soon by MasterCard. So things have really changed, and these are the technologies which companies had to adopt. The lenders had to adopt, the bankers had to adopt to large extent, which they did. Coming to organization view, the most important thing, everything is available, but organizations are not going to move their back. They are going to go slow because they feel if I put 1 rupee, the CFO will come and ask, boss, 1 rupee 20 paisa I want, otherwise I'm not giving. So, but what COVID actually did is change that perception of the CFO. CFO was Chief Financial Officer, who actually signs off anything to do with money which goes out. So when McKinsey did a survey of organizations in this particular space, if you see, it's 38% of the people said that to be competitive in this particular space, I have to go with the investment. I have to invest a lot in technology. 30% of people said that my tech is very outdated. we have to change, or else we'll be probably out. And the thing which happened in the industry itself is that the banking industry as a whole were the largest investors in terms of technology when COVID happened. And if you look at the kind of spends, almost 40% of money was getting spent by companies during the COVID era, which means the company's mindset also was changing. So this was a very important thing, from a lending perspective, that people know how to lend, but they don't know how to invest. So that actually changed for companies in this particular space. So what happened? We understood the customer expectation, we understood the technology stacks which are available in the market, the organization's view or mindset changed, and what happened after that is there is a consistency in the way which lenders operate today. Whether, as I mentioned, be it omni-channel, you go on app, you go on web, you go on, go to the branch, experience is very, very constant, consistent. And the efficiency levels of organizations went up because, everything was getting tracked. People had to probably meet those timelines. Everything was stamped in terms of the process. So efficiency went up. Everything is more or less become paperless today. If you want to go for a loan, almost 90-95% is paperless today. Everything can be done without a piece of paper. You can just walk in and do it. And of course, it's very transparent, because when you have a physical document, there's a lot of chances of frauds and stuff like that, which I think Leena mentioned AI is able to catch. But today, with everything digitized, it's all, system automated. So there's no question of frauds. It's literally come down to a large extent. So these were the large benefits which were derived because of COVID. I'm thankful for, I should not say it, but then at least COVID has really pushed and made our life much easier. That's all I can say. So I think I spoke about integrations which organizations have taken up in this particular space, but honestly speaking, it's not been a very easy journey. These are not exhaustive. These are just reference points of the number of integrations which companies had to do in that particular space, so that the consumer or the customer gets a fantastic experience availing a loan from us. In fact, there are more than 100 integrations within our organization. I have personally seen at least 1,000 swim lanes for different journeys, for customer journeys which are there, which companies do. And unfortunately or fortunately, the one thing which is very common in the IT space is that for non-IT people, they only think IT people don't work. So anyone who's going to IT, that's going to be a standard thing. IT is very slow. IT doesn't work. Even IT companies, all that's the problem. Same thing. Because all other functions here. So, but then the good thing is that, the technology is changing so fast that the integrations are not something which can be done overnight. But definitely COVID has significantly changed the way things have taken place in the industry. Having said that, I don't think so there's an end. The future is still more brighter with the kind of things which are happening in this particular space. So I'll just play this video. This will talk about how the future might look like from here. How do I play this?
I need a $1,000 loan.
Okay, please place your eyes between the frame shown on your screen and answer a few questions. Why do you need the loan, and how long do you need it for?
I need the loan to pay a rent deposit, and I need it for 12 months. While I was answering the questions, the phone was capturing my pupil dilation, voice, and facial movements. At the same time, my smartwatch was capturing changes to my pulse rate and body temperature.
Thank you for your response. Can you now please look at the images on the screen and select the ones that describe you the best?
As I click on these images, the phone is able to conduct a psychometric profiling to determine my personality traits. This helps in developing an all-round measure of human behavior, rather than just looking at my past financial behavior. My phone also stores a lot of information about me and my preferences, which is captured in the background.
Thank you. Your loan has been approved. and the money is now in your account.
Now, this may seem a bit scary, but a technology that can make loans convenient and accessible to millions has my vote.
So this is how the future might look like. Let's hope it. And as it says, change is only constant. One's ability to adapt to these changes will determine success. Thank you.
It's time to address your queries. The floor is open to questions.
Huh?
Let me start.
Yes.
So, a couple of questions. One is, I'll start from the last slide. And I have also faced in my own startup the challenge of getting loans to underserved sectors. So my business is in the construction segment. It's way too difficult to get loan in the construction business. People who are, actually executing the projects, the contractors and all those, because the hope was that when the NBFCs came into being in India, that they will change from the legacy underwriting system which the banks follow in India and go beyond the financial statements and the cash flow statements and look at outside that. But that hasn't happened. We are hoping that the fintechs will do that bit now, and my own startup is also in the fintech. The challenge what we face is that the underwriters, right, typically in the banks and the NBFCs, they are still from those bygone era. They are not looking at data beyond the financial statements. They are still stuck in that mindset. So like for one example, we have created a tool where we say that transaction data metrics is very important in a B2B environment, right? That you need to look at not just financial statement, but transaction data. What are they doing with the loan? What are they going to buy? What products they are buying? What price they are buying? Whether the product is needed at all in a project and all. So my question is that, when do you think this transition will happen? That, dependence on traditional, finance-led data into, data metrics, which is behavioral or all those things. That's my first. The second is that the transformation which has happened in the B2C retail lending space, do you believe that such a transformation is possible for retail lenders like your company also to operate in the B2B small ticket size environment? We are not talking about the crores of rupees, but there is this market in the B2B space which are like 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. Can that space come into being?
Yeah, so I'll answer the second question first. It's interesting, right? So, yeah, so a lot of changes, progress is made on B2C. We are into the B2B business as well. And, I think the segment what you're talking about forms a part of the SME lending business, which most of the banks and NBFCs are present. Now, of course, there's a difference in the way banks operate on the credit side vis-a-vis what NBFCs operate. NBFCs today has a 50-50 mix of maybe a machine learning versus a physical touch. So that's why if you see, I mentioned the phygital way of operation is going to be very prevalent in India for a very long period. And that phygital way of operating is where you understand the customer, maybe without documents, maybe with documents, and then plus there's algos which run based on historical data what we have, and that's how the underwriting process happens. So that is still available, and most NBFCs are still in this place. But of course, yes, each NBFC have their own segmentation or the target customer. You talk about construction business, some NBFCs might be averse to it because of some history on the real estate lending side, which is why things have probably gone a bit slow. But then there are organizations which are still willing to lend to this particular segment. The first question, if you can just repeat, I just kind of slipped my mind.
When will that shift happen in the underwriting process? India is still stuck to that traditional data point.
No, actually in India it's much better because look at the for that underserved segment, it's only now last few years the Jan Dhan Yojana has come in. People have got access to banking. There is some documentary trail of what people are doing. So if we move away completely from traditional and move to a machine-based learning, so it's only going to be based on certain demographics, and it might really not be workable because those profiles typically have higher delinquencies within the organization if you mirror it. But if we do a traditional way, there is still, based on physical touch, we'll be able to extend loans. And as we as an organization are only focusing on that particular segment for the underserved.
So, I mean, the follow-up question, so the problem which we feel in India is, especially in the retail space, that there is a large market which is in tier 2 towns. A large part of the population has no footprint, credit footprint, has never taken a loan, has never borrowed from anywhere. So there is no formal footprint is available. And because of the system which we follow, they are continuously outside the purview, and that's why the private lending space is so large. In India, in the construction business, it's a $220 billion industry. The banks last year lent about 128 billion and FDI did about 30 billion. There is still $60 billion which came from private Marwari lenders. That's a massive industry. It's like GDP of some 10 different countries put together. I'm sure I don't have this data for retail industry. I'm sure in retail also the segment of the private lenders giving money, right, to the segments would be large. Your data showed it's a 1,80,000 crores kind of a thing. I'm sure beyond that there will be at least 30,000-40,000 crores which is lending. Why are we not able to capture that market?
No, it's all the risk appetite and what the company wants to do. So I can probably talk about, specifically about a company. We look at catering to the tier 2, tier 3 towns, and we are hungry for the profiles what you're talking about. Maybe we should have a chat post this session to see whether I can actually give some extend, do some credit, extend some credit to you. But there are definitely organizations which are in this space. But the point is, it's a huge geography. It's covering the entire geography, length and breadth of the country is not easy. And plus, of course, we can't go the complete digital way. So it has to be a physical touch. So which means there has to be a human element available at those geographies in those pockets. But if you look at today, most of the NBFCs, you take Mahindra Finance for example, or maybe Chola Finance, about 92% of our branches are only in tier 2, tier 3 towns. So that is where we are heading towards, and we don't want to be thin, we want to be thickly present across every geography, and it's definitely an opportunity which we also realize, and we're going to definitely cover it over time.
Just to add to Parag, in 2014 I was attending a conference done by RBI, where a couple of NBFCs were asked to present how they are doing the credit assessment for the tier 2, the lower segment to banks. Unfortunately, even today, banks follow the ancient old method of 3 years balance sheet, do the analysis. But to answer the question, that there have been a lot of front running done by NBFCs in this segment. Like you have heard about NBFCs like 5-Star, Vistar, Veritas. All of them are doing 2 to 10 lakhs of small SME lending. They are just assessing basis the cash flows of the company. They just take the credit officer comes 1 week's cash flows are checked, the cash receipts are checked. They are doing an analysis on that and they are giving a credit.
And 5-Star is a unicorn now. It's a new startup. So I'm saying there are many players who are there in this market, and we can discuss in length on this particular piece.
But you are right. Banks have still not got that.
Banks don't have the appetite. Banks, the challenge with banks is that they need a cleaner book. Obviously, because of a lot of RBI monitoring, so they can't afford to get in segment. And second is the methodology of collection. I have not probably spoken of that. Lenders tend to get a bit louder when you don't repay. So so that's another aspect which banks don't get into because of the banking side of relationship what they want to maintain.
Good afternoon. So are neobanks a competition to retail lending institutions, or are they already a competition, or like would it be a competition in the future, neobanks?
See, neobanks are for the new millennia, right? So maybe once you pass out, that might be an option for the people who are coming, the new gen or Gen X, Z, whatever you call. Right, but it's still going to take some time to actually compete with the larger thing. See, the idea is that banks are today realized that they need to be ahead of time if they have to sustain. Like you saw the report which I presented. So people are willing to invest. So all these opportunities are definitely there. India is a very large market. There is no way one company or 10 organizations can cater to the consumer requirement in the country. So every new entity has their own business model and it will sustain. But how much of it is going to eat away from the traditional the bankers or the new gen bankers is a question which we need to wait and watch. Like like saying that NBFCs came in later, banks came in first. NBFCs came in, though people felt that banking business will actually kind of really go down. But slowly over time, it realized that NBFCs, the way they approach or the segment what they look at is not what banks do. So it's a clear divide. So similarly, anything which comes in, it might look at overlap at this point in time, but at some point they feel that, okay, it makes sense to be in a space which, perhaps complements and not competes.
Thank you, sir.
Standalone, a neobank cannot function. It has an underlying support from a
Traditional banker, yeah.
So it's a complement. I know a neobank who opens 4,000 accounts for a traditional bank monthly. That bank was opening hardly 100 to 200 accounts monthly. So for them it's a business.
So they can work together then.
Yeah, it complements. So yeah, this actually brings to another new concept called co-lending. Okay, so basically, let's take Yes Bank wants to lend, but then they don't have the distribution or they don't have the skill set at this point in time. So they partner with another NBFC smaller setup, and who would be doing the entire sourcing model for them. And then they have asset sharing ratio saying either 80, 20, 30, 40, whatever. So that also works. No, it's there. FLDG model is there, but then there are workarounds through which things are getting done.
It's just that RBI wants the entities who are doing the lending to have the control. They don't want a non-regulated entity to take control of that side. There's competition.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Saurabh. My question is, any digital platform or any innovation that happens in India, it's mostly either done by NPCI or powered by RBI, or it is imported from some other country. It's like always either import, adopt, and just digitize. So why the companies don't invest in R&D much?
Companies don't invest in technology itself here, so forget having R&D. At least our industry. So yeah. So see, R&D traditionally has been more of a manufacturing funda, right? So when it comes to lending institutions or banks, there's nothing called R&D. So the best way when it comes to R&D, on a lighter note, when something of that sort has to be done, then there are 4 people whom they go to. They go to McKinsey, they go to BCG, they go to KPMG, and then they go to, and they say they do everything for us. So today if you look at any bank, I mean, that's honestly, that's a fact. Any bank you look at, you'll have either of these 4 guys working for them. So it so happened in one of the conversations I was trying to have a co-lending discussion with another public sector bank, and the guy started off introducing, saying that, okay, I am so and so, I am so and so. I also have a person from BCG. I said, listen, wait, I also have a person from BCG this side of the town. So it's like, most of the financial institutions have, you might also have someone, right? So most of the financial institutions, they believe in going to a consultant, then investing in R&D and deploying resources there. So I don't know, that will never change, looks like.
If I may add,
yeah.
If you look at how IT has evolved in India, it was basically the entire R&D or developmental work was done by NASSCOM. When NASSCOM started, they actually drove the transformation. I think NPCI is doing the same thing for the fintech and the finance industry. So a lot of these big banks, financial institutions are investing through NPCI. So they run programs, so the programs are funded by these corporate organizations. to drive an objective, because then the adaptation is much easier because it comes from NPCI. That's why you see, as he was referring to the UPI, right? It's a massive development. Not even the developed economies have managed to do that what UPI has done globally, right? Today it's getting integrated with Singapore. Day before yesterday we integrated with Singapore. So international transactions over UPI will happen in a matter of 2 seconds.
In fact, there's no country which has got the payments the way India has got. You go to any country, and my brother came from the US and says, I want to have a tender coconut, you just pay. He's saying, boss, it doesn't happen. It's like we are way behind. So we are way ahead, and it comes to the payment side of it. Trade side will also
even in the banking side, in US in 2026 there is a mandate that all banks should have a core banking. In 2026.
And I think India did it what? 2000.
When did we do? We far earlier.
In 2000, way back, 20 years back, we already finished.
In Africa, 90% of the bank's core banking system is either Infosys or Wipro or TCS. Their market share is about 90%. The core banking system, which the entire African economy runs in, developed or in Bangalore. So that's the penetration we have.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker has more than 18 years of work experience in the banking industry, Mr. Basil Workey, Group Executive Vice President and Regional Head, Yes Bank. Prior to joining Yes Bank, Mr. Workey has held various positions in ICICI Bank for more than 7 years. He then started his stint with Yes Bank as Senior Manager in the year 2011. Mr. Workey, the hardcore banker, is a SCMS MBA alumnus from 2005 batch. To welcome Mr. Basil Workey to Panorama 2023 and to request him to address the gathering, we invite Dr. Deepa Babu, Associate Professor, SSTM. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon all. So let me start my duty by welcoming Mr. Basil Workey by starting with what Indu ma'am have told in the morning. Indu ma'am have said that alumni is so precious. Narayana Murthy, founder and former chairman of Infosys, once told, nobody bothers about the institute rather than its alumni. So it is so true. When we see these alumni, these eminent alumni over here, we can see that how precious, maybe how benefited we are from their insightful sessions and all. Thank you all. Now, Basil Workey, talking about Basil Workey, as the first ones are always precious to us. Basil Workey is from the first batch of MPA, so he is so precious to the institution, and we are proud that you are here for to have an insightful session. We welcome you, sir, to this Panorama 2023. He will be delivering to us an insightful session on digital disruptions in banking industry. Welcome you, sir.
Wonderful introduction. I felt I am now 18 years in the profession. I've grown old. Okay, so let me start by playing a small video.
If there are billions of conversations happening every minute, imagine how many times your bank must have been talked about while you finish watching this video.
A memorable experience for your customers that they would. If there are billions of conversations happening every minute, imagine how many times your bank must have been talked about while you finish watching this video. Each conversation is a business moment for you to create a memorable experience for your customers that they would want to share with others. Envision the world's future. From smartphone to a smarter phone. From a car with a driver to a car without a driver. Future is the next present, where our imagination today has become Lisa's fully automated banking experience in 2020. While Lisa is sleeping, her phone receives a notification regarding the shipment, which is ready with the exporter. The intelligent software checks for funds and notifies her bank that she would need a letter of credit. Understanding an urgent change in schedule, her phone automatically resets the alarm for 7 a.m. so that she can plan her day. By the time Lisa is ready to go, her smartwatch receives a notification that her black vehicle is low on fuel and suggests that she drives the red car. The GPS selects the shortest route and Lisa arrives the New Age Bank's intelligent branch sharp at 9. From the moment Lisa arrives at the bank's special branch with no staff at all, the door installed with intelligent communicator scans Lisa to notify the bank about her arrival. Bank's interactive walls talk to Lisa to tell her about how she can transact better with bank's offers or corporate credit. Meanwhile, her smartwatch directs her to a special kiosk where the bank welcomes Lisa, automatically logs her in, and connects her to an expert, who is a client of the bank too, to guide her about the needs for the letter of credit. Within minutes, her letter of credit is approved, the exporter receives the payment, Lisa's shipment is released, and the time is just 9:15 a.m. Rewinding to today, can you imagine the intelligent banking experience on a vacation? While Ted is enjoying his vacation, a bike, Harley, passes by, catching his attention. The bike has been Ted's dream since school. Ted takes a picture and uploads it on his social media account. Instantly, bank's intelligent software picks up Ted's interest in this bike, analyzes his post on social media, his sentiment, his conversations about the product, and after analyzing his spending pattern, the bank offers a pre-approved bike loan along with information on the best dealers around, their discounts offered, and the color options available, all on the go. While Ted is still on vacation, bank's geotagging technology identifies Ted's location, instantly analyzes his credit card spending pattern, and offers him the best deals on bike accessories at a nearby store. And this is not all. Before the vacation ends, the bank delights Ted by offering him free airline miles and complimentary hotel stay to plan his next vacation. Imagine millions of customers like Ted for a bank like yours. The intelligent software enables you to continuously track millions of social media conversations to engage, interact, and offer a futuristic banking experience to your valuable customers. Place, time, or medium no longer matters. Engage your customers. Delight your customers. NewGen products help you do just that by connecting systems, processes, people, and things of your business.
So this just tells us how banking is changing. I'm sure. Okay. You have that other mic. Thank you. When have you last visited your bank? Can anyone tell? Maybe a year back or maybe 6 months back. Now we don't go to the bank. So I was just listening to the earlier conversation when someone asked how many of you or your parents have taken loan, education loan, and I found 4 or 5 hands only. I know you guys are all very rich enough. When we used to study, I think 50% or 60% had their hands up because we were all availing the loans. But what I meant to say is, even that, these 5 or 6 people who would have raised their hands, they would have gone to the bank once, their parents would have gone to the bank once for the. But today we don't go. Everything is in the fingertips. The smartphone takes care of your payments, your notifications, your the scan and pay, which you do everywhere. bank is no more required. Banking is required, but bank is no more required. That's the reality. So I'm going to present how banking industry has changed post the COVID era. This is not. Control F11. Full screen. Okay, fine. Here it is full screen. So, just one important thing. Today, any of you are from the entire group here, is it that any of you is ready to wait for more than 10 minutes for getting any banking service? No, I don't think so. Anyone's ready to wait for that. Usability at that moment, that is what everyone is aspiring today. That's how banking has changed also. You sit here, you feel, just in the video as you saw, you are seeing a Harley going, you felt I need to take a loan. Today, in the smartphone, you just put your requirement, it does automatic checks and the loan is sanctioned for you. That's how everywhere it is changing. So one thing which has evolved out is that we are no more ready to wait. The consumer behavior has changed. That is the foremost thing which post the COVID era we have all noticed. Then the accelerated digital transformation. Maybe if you look how the banking has evolved from the barter system to the check system, then came the RTGS and EFT. The time gap between one revolution to the other was 10 to 15 years. Then came IMPS, UPI, now the CBDC is on the is coming out. What is the time gap? 5 years? 6 years? So the revolution between one technology to the other technology has shrunk down considerably. So that's what one thing post-COVID which has happened, because again that's because of the smartphones, because of the AIs, because of the new technologies which has evolved. Because of all these things, faster and faster revolutions are coming in, and faster convenient products are coming in. So that is one important thing which has come out. And again, contactless payments. I still know after the COVID time, when the COVID time was happening, people did not want to swipe their cards. People did not want to put their fingertips. So then what came, it evolved the touch and pay. Now it has, the scan and pay has come, touch and pay has come, and now as Mr. Vijay was telling, the ring, I'll just also update you, in India we have just imported a 3,000, 4,000 rings for a Kerala based entity. So it's a ceramic ring. Into that you do the chip is inserted and you are able to do the tap and pay. Unfortunately, I couldn't bring it here. I had one such ring with me, which that fortunately we had provided the solution to that fintech, and they had given one ring to us. So that will enable us just to do a tap of the ring. Everything is controlled in your mobile. You can set key, how much money, what to be done, you keep it, and that ring will take care of. That's the smart wearables. So that is one important revolution which has come in. Then is the increased collaboration and partnerships. So one thing which has made banks agile is the fintechs. Do you agree to that? The banks which were functioning for last 30, 40 years were still going with the same process. In spite of IMPS coming in spite of lot of technology products coming in, banks were not ready to move in. But when NPCI came with the PPI regulation, when PPIs were given, when the fintechs came into the field and fintechs started taking large market share, that is when the banks have realized, and so as we had earlier said, for a bank to change itself, it takes a lot of time. There are a lot of things which has to go behind to make any change in the banking sector. So what banks do is that they have tied up with all these fintech companies. The collaboration with fintech companies has enabled a lot of banks to bring out with very, very competitive products. You see the Google Pay, Smart Pay, all the PSPs which has come in, underlying there is a bank support which enables them to connect to the NPCI. And that is a very big revolution which has come in. Now that has also brought in lot of cyber security issues also. Today what most of the banks spend is on the cyber security enhancements. Even last month there was maybe that did not come in the social media, there was an issue where the data security was breached. So because of the larger technology driven, the clouds have all come in, where the data center is now moved to the cloud, which is much more secure. Most of the banks and financial institutions have felt that threat. So they are all engaging to upgrade the cyber security. You would have also seen that you all have one or the other mobile banking apps with you. Every week there is an enhancement or there is an upgradation going on in your mobile. You have to, it prompts for you to update the app. That is more because on the back end, either the security end is enhanced or the UI is changed. Any of those things are happening. So there is a lot of things happening on the security side as well. And next is the increased competition. Earlier, if a person had to take a loan, he had to go to the nearest bank. If there is a 5 kilometers radius, he has to go to one of those banks and then avail. Today it's not like that. Everything is available in the smartphone. I can take a loan from an entity which is in Bombay or Delhi, because that's how technology enhancement has brought in. So that brought in a lot of competition. You have a lot of ways to get competitive products. You guys have heard about open banking, na? Where through API, I put my requirement, it's flashed through various financial institutions and banks, and the best, I get all the codes available and I can choose the best thing. You have used Policy Bazaar, you want to buy something, you put in the data, you get codes from different insurance entities, and you to choose the best one you want. This is what I was saying, if you look, you will be visiting the branch max to 1 or 2 times in a year. 6 to 10 times you may end up calling the call center. 3 to 5 times you may go to the ATM, and 7 to 10 times you may use a net banking. But what you are currently using maximum is your smartphone. I'm sure that's the scenario across. Everyone is using the smartphone for all your payments. No one is going to the bank for that. That's most cost effective also. If you go to a bank and do a transaction, considering the holistic cost, a transaction in a branch is somewhere considered to be 50 rupees cost. When I'm telling 50 rupees cost, I'm factoring the fixed cost, the people, everything. Whereas if you do through an ATM, you have a 15 rupees cost. Network, the other party involved. Internet, 4 rupees, and mobile is the cheapest. That's why that technology is given much of emphasis. Old age banking and the new age banking. Earlier, it was all deposits. We used to go to companies, ask for deposits, and payments was a byproduct. You take deposits, you open the account, and then the payments. But now it's not that. Now payment service is the product where everyone is looking at. How convenient payment solution can you offer? How easy is it if I bank with you? And deposit comes as a byproduct. Now again, I think Mr. Vijay would have increased. Financing was a very serious activity earlier. You had lots of paper log, you had CIBIL checks, you had bank statement analysis, all those things, and then you come into a credit decisioning, maybe 3 days, 4 days. Today, not like that. You put the requirement, the mobile checks everything. It even checks your who all are in your contact list, the persons in the contact list, how socially important people are there. That's all checked. That's all a parameter for you to get a credit, and instantly you get the credit. That's how it has changed. Digital channels were alternate to banks branches earlier, but now you don't need a branch. The digital channels, branches are only for very, very specialized requirements. Otherwise, all your requirements are done through your smartphone. This is most important, which is the TED's example you saw. Customer decide to buy something and then you go to the bank for a loan. Now it's not like that. I'm sure most of you would have seen, you like some photo in Facebook, or you like some, a new smartphone, or you do a liking of a new fridge or TV. Next day you would see some notifications coming to you in terms of you will get 10% discount if you buy through this, 3% interest reduction, those media marketing messages which will come. That's because everything is getting monitored. From the back end, the banks are trying to analyze your behavioral pattern, what you like, and from there they prompt you. The notification comes to you next day. If you want this, you can press this and go ahead. So that's how it has changed. And face-to-face was for rich discussions earlier. Now even the richer discussions can happen through the smartphone. Now, which are the disruptors in the banking industry which has come? So I have just plotted what all revolutions have come in the banking over the last maybe 5 or 6 years, which I'm sure most of them you will be knowing. Online banking and mobile banking. Online banking has changed. If you see the pre-COVID era, you go to a bank website, go to your personal banking, put user ID, password, the UI, the details that comes out was so complex. It was not very easy for a person to put the user ID, login, and then understand how the transaction. Now it has all changed because convenience is what everyone is looking at. Everyone is working from the first point of thought is, what does the consumer want? How convenient can I provide it to the consumer? And that is why if you see online banking, mobile banking apps of all the banks have undergone a change. Over the last 3 years, everyone has changed the mobile banking. Contactless payments and smart wearables, which I told you about the smart wearables as well. Digital wallets and fintechs. Digital wallets, Paytm, all the wallets have the open loop wallets and the closed loop wallets have all been so integrated in the society that today when I go out for any payment, I don't want to use my bank channel. So mostly what I do is I move some funds to the wallet because of the security threat. Even if whatever happens, it will be only the amount in the wallet which will go. So digital wallets have made a big inroad in the banking. Chatbots, robo-advisors, which I think you had taken in a very detailed way, so I don't need to. P2P lending, which is like earlier lending was coming from bank or NBFCs. Today you have P2B lending where I have money, I go and put money in the bank, I get X% interest rate. But there are platforms available which tells me that this and this person needs a credit. His credit history is so much, I'll get X plus 2% return if I do a direct lending to them. The crowdfunding model. That has become much, there are companies like Oh My Loans, which is a Delhi-based company, they're doing big time. Open banking and neo banking. So neo banking we explained some time back. Open banking, again, as I said, it is nothing but you're putting across the data to all the financial institutions through APIs and getting the data from them, and then you decide which one you want, which is better. The choice is with you. UPI, eNash and payment aggregators. These are three phenomenal products which has made a lot of change. UPI, as I was, when you quoted whether we are adopting technologies from the other countries, no. UPI is a self-grown technology and the other countries are adopting from us. Look at the way it has grown. Look at the way it has grown. Very recently, NPCI has again come up with another thing, the foreigners who are coming to visit India. Now in all the airports, there are specialized banks and PPI players who will be issuing them wallets. Like they come, they will pay their currency, you will give a PPI wallet, you will load money into their mobile, they will only do scan and pay. Earlier what was that they used to come to hotel, they used to exchange their currencies, there is a conversion loss, there is there is chances of them being fraudulent things could happen. So now this is all recent developments which is coming. Blockchain, digital currencies and central bank digital currency. So I will take the next slide on CBDC because that's something which has just come in. Have any one of you used the CBDC? So in November 2022, RBI came with CBDC. First it was launched for the GSEC transaction between the banks, and December 2022, 4 banks were given authorization to do CUG testing, and in 11 cities, one of the cities is Cochin. So if any of you have bank account in ICICI, Yes Bank, IDFC and one more bank, 4 banks are there, any of these banks, they are providing you the wallets. You should try, because I'm telling you UPI is gonna go. The currency, digital currency is gonna be the next trend. In next 1 year you will see all our transactions gonna be in digital currency. So if you have an opportunity, please approach your bank, download the app, convert some money into the digital currency. You get the 1 rupee, even 50 paisa digital currency in your mobile, and then you can do a test transaction. And then banking in the age of ChatGPT, which again my predecessor had explained what ChatGPT is and how it is changing. So these are some of the disruptors in the banking industry which has happened over the last 5-6 years. Now this is what I said, I need to talk about central bank digital currencies. Do any of you know what is a digital currency? Yes. Have any of you used cryptocurrencies, bitcoins? Yes? Lost money? So what did the cryptocurrency teach the banks and the RBI? One, it is a medium very convenient. It is a medium which can allow low cost cross-border transactions, but it need to be highly regulated. If RBI had not come with CBDC, what would have happened? Digital currency, the cryptocurrency transactions would have gone up. Who is losing when a cryptocurrency transaction is done? I know certain entities, they buy products from US. The payment is done in US in crypto. So the country is losing. You are losing your tax money. That's why RBI and government, first government came with a taxation on whatever is the revenue that you make, but again that has to be disclosed. If the transaction happen in another country, you can't catch. So that is precisely why RBI said no. Not only RBI, 60 countries are coming with their own central bank digital currencies, and you will soon find cross-border transactions are going to happen through CBDCs. Just like last week we were talking about UPI, the UPI here and Pay Now in Singapore. You could do a seamless transaction within seconds. Now, once this digital currency is coming across the countries, the same convenience you will have in doing cross-border transactions. But what is central bank digital currency? It is a legal tender in digital form given by the central bank. So just like your 1 rupee, 2 rupee, it is a 1 rupee, 2 rupee in digital form. What is it? Can anyone of you tell me what is the difference between UPI money and digital currency money? Not on the charge front. In UPI, actually money is sitting in the bank. Okay, and when it's just an information which passes. How UPI works is, I need to send money to you. Information goes from my bank to NPCI. NPCI settles it with your bank, and an information flows. The money settlement or gross settlement happens later, but that information flow happens immediately, and that credit notification comes to you. But there the money is sitting in the bank, but in digital currency the money is sitting in your mobile. Each currency rupee, it's sitting in your mobile. You are transacting with that. So obviously the larger risk is the security, which has to be addressed. So the difference between digital currency, cash and alternate private currencies, I've just plotted this. Why I'm taking some time on this is because this is the future. You're gonna step into this in next maybe 1 month, 2 months, because the CUG testing once gets over, RBI is gonna push it to everyone. I'm sure today UPI is kept at nil charges only because this has to come first. The moment this is coming full-fledged, UPI will get charged, and you will be forced across to move to CBDC. And all the large transactions today which is happening, the real estate transactions where loads of cash transactions are happening, that's an area where a lot of cash is, that is all gonna mandatorily happen through digital currency. So digital currency, each and every flow of money is plotted. Like you can't keep it under the bed and no one knows. No, that has a serial number. It is all plotted, known whom, where it is kept. So that's the basic thing. And I think I covered this. Issuing authority, it's an electronic digital legal tender required in most cases. In Know Your Customer, that's basic KYC is required. Centralized or permission decentralized, risk very low risk, counterparty liquidity risk is there because that's there in this is the features. It's a sovereign currency issued by the central bank. The liability is on the central bank for the payments. Accepted as a medium of payment or legal tender, freely convertible against cash. Holders need not have a bank account. Even without a bank account, I can hold the digital currency. That's what I said. In UPI, it has to be a bank account. The transaction happens from a bank to bank. But in digital currency, it's a digital form of currency sitting in your mobile. Lowest cost of issuance, money and transactions, which I explained. Now, I don't think I need to explain this slide because I can't give an explanation more better than what she had explained, the benefits of ChatGPT. Today, in any of the banks you go, most of the banks have their own AI system kept. Going forward, banks will not be there. You enter, the AI will read you, AI will scan you with respect to your transaction history, your who you are, all the details. it's what does the bank get? 24/7 customer service. Anyone walks in, the customer service is done. Fraud detection and prevention. So if I go to the bank and ask for a transaction which is not in sync with my profile, it will throw out. So that's a fraud detection at that point itself. Personalized marketing, again, what is my profile, what is my requirements, the notification comes to me of those things only. So it's more personalized for me. I don't get all the across the universe what is all happening into me. Virtual financial advisor, then multilingual support. Maybe I know only a regional language. The system can speak in the same regional language so that I don't need to have a linguistic barriers. Then chatbot integration. What does the employees get? As a bank employee, what I do get? A virtual assistant. I don't need to have a separate person to manage the affairs. I just ask the virtual assistant. It gives the risk assessment, automated loan processing, document processing, virtual financial advisor, social media monitoring, 360-degree view via business intelligence. Before going to metaverse, the ChatGPT has so evolved since November 22 that you will soon find that in the banks the number of people are going to be very, very, very less. Today you have digital banks. You all heard about our finance minister talking about 75 new digital banks in 75 districts coming up. That is going to be mostly AI driven chaos which is going to run the show. There will be obviously a support person, but that chaos is going to take the entire conversation with the customers. Now the next thing, after the ChatGPT, banking changing to just a shop where you come in and everything is taken care by AI, giving you all the data, and then the CBDC happening. The next thing which is coming is the metaverse. I'm sure you know, I heard someone talking about metaverse. While I'm not a technology person and I'm just using this from a banking perspective, how that's going to change banking. Before going to that, I'll also just tell you recently, last month, in paper it had come, I don't know, you guys would have seen it. A robot had gone to Federal Bank to collect its check. You read it, na? So that's how it's changing. Now, metaverse is a virtual space where users can interact with computer-generated environment and others in a three-dimensional world. Kia launched the first ever banking metaverse, which merges real-world banking with metaverse banking through a avatar-based interaction. It is expected to hit a $5 trillion by 2030. So, I'll just play you one more video. How banking is going to look like in the new age.
Digital banking, ready to know more.
Metaverse
You don't need a
is
bank.
an emerging
That
technology.
device, you put it in your... It's not coming. Oh, sorry.
It enables people to come together.
Fine.
In a virtual world. Emerging technology.
Ready to know more.
Metaverse is an emerging technology. It enables people to come together in a virtual world. In other words, with Metaverse, you can visit places virtually where you physically cannot go. What's even more impressive, these digital spaces are made more lifelike. You can experience it with a virtual reality headset, augmented reality glasses, or even with your mobile or laptop. Interestingly, different industries are tapping its potential. One such is banking. The banking sector is staring at a new revolution, a banking metaverse. The cutting-edge technology will give you a 360-degree view of a physical bank from wherever you are. Foreign banks like JP Morgan Chase, HSBC, and South Korea's Kookmin Bank have already made strides into metaverse. And now banks in India are planning to adopt this next-gen technology. In June, Kia.ai, which is a digital solutions provider for financial institutions and governments, launched India's first ever banking metaverse, Kiaverse. As the company says, it has witnessed keen interest from private and public sector banks. In fact, one bank has already jumped on the bandwagon. Recently, Union Bank of India launched its Metaverse Virtual Lounge. It's called the Universe.
Okay, so just wanted to say, going forward, banking is an important thing everyone needs, but banks may not be required. You have these technologies, you keep it, you do the banking sitting at your home or in the lounge. You will soon find that today also lot of banks are not putting in new branches. They are all taking routes of a BC engagement with other entities or coming digital. You go to Singapore, you will find 5 or 6 digital banks, different digital banks which has come up. Like that across the country that's the scenario. So that I thought I'll just take you through the banking space, how it's going to evolve, what's coming in the future. I hope I was able to share some of the banking things. So any questions? When cash is not there, why ATMs? You're going to go to a cashless economy. Once CBDC comes in, you will see soon, if you go to ATMs today, are you getting 2000 rupees notes? Have you experienced that? No, you will only get 500 rupees notes. Again, that's because of a separate reason, but you will find that going forward, you will have only small denominations in currencies, physical currencies. The higher denominations will all be digital. That's the thought process, and that's how industry is gonna change.
Thank you, Basil.
Thank you, ma'am. And
you made me get scared of the future. I'm now wondering what will happen to me, who's looking forward to maybe going to bank as time pass, right? Now, will we be getting some personal assistant, like we have personal trainers for all this, how to onboard onto this technology? And I'm talking about my generation, okay? And what will happen? It looks so simple, but all very scary now.
Ma'am, if you ask me, AIs have already started you see today, for any banking requirement, you call the bank or you go to the chat box, they will ask you some basic details. They have got enough number of data that's why after some time it's a personalized discussion which is coming in. And going forward, what money the banks are spending on the technology, with these digital kiosks all coming. The moment you enter, they would have scanned, kept the requirements. So the first video I played, where she's sleeping, the next day morning 9:15 her LC gets done. That's the future which is going to happen. And thanks to technology, it reduces cost. It's a threat for my job, for all the aspiring bankers, which someone said whether AI is gonna make, whether my job will be impacted. Honestly speaking, banks are not, the recruitments have come down. It is definitely gonna impact my job. But then you need to have a human interface also. Like I was telling you, the system can throw responses, but human intelligence has to check, because we are doing banking. So if it throws a inaccurate result, maybe the human intervention is required to get this done. So it will complement, but yeah, the number of people required will come down drastically.
Anyway, we will look forward to it. But all the same, you know, it gives me a different feel as we talk to somebody, I mean, not the screen as such, you know, when you talk to somebody in the bank, like you said, okay, my money, my account, somebody who knows. True. I know who I'm talking to, somebody behind this. True. So still I cherish that personal banking. But it will take a different form altogether. Okay, I call up this branch manager, SBI, whenever I have a problem, and they help. Right? But like you said, the frequency of going to bank has drastically come down, and it is an inconvenience now going to bank, and they also look at you, why you here. Okay, so that kind of thing is there. Anyway, I am very lucky that I have a lot of my students in this space. Whenever I am in trouble, I would rather call on you.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Thanks. Is there any more questions, please? Okay.
Thank you, sir. We request Dr. Radhapi Tevanur, Registrar and Group Director of SCMS Group of Institutions, to give away mementos to our esteemed guests, Mr. Vijay Kinney and Mr. Basil Workey, as a token of our gratitude. These mementos are customized and made by the differently abled creative young minds of Taksh Creatives, Urja. Urja is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of the differently able through extensive training programs and identification of workspaces. Mr. Vijay Kinney. Mr. Basil Workey. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request Dr. Bhagyalakshmi PC, Associate Professor, SCMS, to propose the vote of thanks. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon to all. So it has been nice listening to Mr. Vijay Kinney and Mr. Basil Workey on the digital disruption, and they talked about the disruptors in banking industry. I have been hearing this for quite some time from my husband, who's a banker, and so the kind of change that is going to happen in banks, I do share Philomena ma'am's opinion and the worries that she have about what is going to happen in future. No, Right now, I think it is all manageable. But as and when we get aged, how are we going to handle the whole banking process? But I think, me too, ma'am. I think I've slowed down. Okay. Both the speakers have given us a glimpse of the entire process, how it is going to be, and we all need money. So at some point of time, this is a process that we are going to go through in future. So thanks to both the speakers. It was truly enlightening, and I think the whole session was very interactive, and we have a lot of finance students here. They have a paper in, they have a course in fintech and also into analytics. So somebody was asking, one of the speakers was asking about analytics, whether they do have an idea about analytics. They do have a course in analytics in all the streams, for retail, for finance, for HR. So we have a course in analytics, and they're already exposed to it. And we have the practitioners also coming in to take expert sessions on for it. And I share, even after the sessions, I too feel that these are all precious. The alumni are precious. These are all gems and stones. And we have been enlightened with the sessions and its pearls of wisdom. And I truly agree with that. And we are happy to see you all. And it's the first time, though, we are meeting. And I think only Philomena ma'am, Sabu sir, and Purnia ma'am knows the alumni who have come here. But the rest of us, it's all new faces. But we love to interact with you, and we are enjoying the sessions. And we look forward to associate with you. So thank you. A big thanks to all of you who have come down. Our love and appreciation to all of those who have come down to engage us and to address the gathering. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That brings us to the end of the Day 2 forenoon session of Panorama 2023. We'll now break for lunch and be back here at 2 p.m. for the post-lunch session. Thank you all.
by SCMS alumni. All of you, can I have your attention please? Sunil Baby is currently the Chief Business Officer of Unacademy, Bengaluru. He joined Unacademy for democratizing education with hybrid and making tech-enabled quality education at offline center of Unacademy. He is responsible for driving growth and profitability and building a comprehensive offline network strategy for Unacademy. He comes with over 2 decades of experience in managing sales and distribution in consumer durables and telecom industry. He was also an ex-senior director of Xiaomi India, where he was heading offline sales for India's #1 smartphone and IoT brand Xiaomi. In his previous role as a senior director of offline sales operations at Xiaomi, he was instrumental in helping the company strengthen its position in the industry by efficiently driving the growth plans. To welcome Mr. Sunil Baby to the Panorama 2023 and to request him to address the gathering, we invite Ms. Renu Jayaprakash, Assistant Professor, SSTM. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon all. So as we have heard his profile, we have an idea that Mr. Sunil Baby is in fact into Unacademy. In fact, when this program was being planned, Villa sir, I don't know whether he's here. Yes. Villa sir was telling me like 3 of his batchmates are coming here as speakers for this program, and one among that is Mr. Sunil Baby. And I remember what Vilasar was telling, like, he was not that much studious enough. He was in fact a backbencher, but then now you should think he is in the education industry as the chief business officer. The other thing, but at the same time, I also remember what Vilasar was telling. He was telling like he was very creative, he was very energetic, and the most striking thing was, he was actually instrumental in bringing the marketing club of that batch, which was very active enough. See, that is what which I'll have to focus. See, we also always used to encourage each and every one of you to take part in all the activities that are happening in our campus. There are numerous activities that are happening in our campus. So you also should take many initiatives because, in future definitely it will be helpful for you. See, now, Mr. Sunil Baby is in fact the Chief Business Officer of Unacademy. But even after these many years, his batchmates remember him as a person who was instrumental in bringing up that marketing club. So you also should be in a position to leave a mark in the campus when you leave from the campus. Okay, so I believe that Mr. Sunil Baby also will be inspiring you with his talk. So it's a great privilege to welcome you, sir, as well as for all of us, it will be a great privilege to listen to your session. Looking forward to you, sir. Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, very good afternoon. Okay, very good afternoon. Okay, excellent. I was thinking that Indu Madam, Pramod sir would have intentionally kept my session after the lunch, just to give me and teach me the lesson that how bad a speaker feels when he is on the podium and the other people are sleeping or dozing off. This is such a great time that I have come here, and very, very happy to be here and seeing all our teachers back, and specifically that many of our batchmates are also speaking here today. I am Sunil Baby, FK 162, batch of 1999. I'm sure many of you would have not even got born at that time, or many of you would have been in your diapers at that time, way back in 1996, 99. Okay, so I had a privilege of working with some of the great companies, and in today's discourse of mine, I would be talking about few of them and taking you through the topic that I want to discuss in deep with you all. But before that, I definitely want to tell that from being in the diapers to in these beautiful suits, you have all come a long way. I have come a long way. My batchmates have come a long way. And most importantly, SCMS has come a long way. And we feel so proud that SCMS has come to this level. And it is definitely the vision, the leadership of GPC Nair sir, Pramod sir, Hindu madam, Radha madam, all of you who have done such a fantastic job. And at this moment, how do I not remember Pradeep sir? Pradeep sir was one of those teachers who we all used to, I will not say the word hate, but he was not one of our favorite teachers for sure. He was not one of the favorite administrators here, because he was the one who was always keeping an eye on us and keep telling us not to do this, not to do that. Today I am sure that if, or from wherever he is seeing us, he would be so proud that the alumni of SCMS are here talking with all the youngsters here. Remembering Pradeep sir, and I want to convey from the entire batch 6 that we miss him. Okay, let's move forward. As I told you that I had great privilege of working with some of the great companies and with some great leaders across. I worked with Sharp, I worked with Bharti, then Motorola, LG, Xiaomi, and currently an academy. In today's discussion, which I wanted to have a contrary view than many of my predecessors who have spoken, so I want to show to you some other part of the world also, where I'll be discussing online or offline, where is the retail heading post-COVID. And during this journey, I would be talking mainly about two brands which I have been associated with very closely. One is Xiaomi and second is an academy. So let me first start with talking about Xiaomi. CNBC few years back, they told that the digital revolution in the country, there are two brands which have played a pivotal role in the digital revolution that has happened in the country, and this was Jio and Xiaomi. I will delve slightly more into what somebody calls as Mi, few calls it MI, few call it as Redmi, few call it as Xiaomi, but as she rightly spoke, and I was like very scared, like if she tells the wrong pronunciation of that word, it is Xiaomi. And thank you very much for that. Okay, so let me take you through that. How did MI disrupt the entire industry, because it was a newcomer by that time. At 2014, when Xiaomi came into India, it was predominantly an online brand. And from there, it started a great journey of revolutionizing and making smartphone affordable for every Indian. In 2017, they were doing very well, but then they realized that they need to also now move towards the offline. And at that time, MI called me. So me called me, like the great Swami Nityanandan says. I was very fortunate to join MI at that time. And the journey from there was superb. And the very fact that a brand which was so strong into online, and they realized at that time that there is a need to move offline also. Remember that till 2017, this brand was only available online. It was a product which was everybody was seeking for, and then we were supposed to set up an offline for it. We went ahead and created some industry-changing distribution strategies, which was completely contrary to what the greats like Samsung and Nokia have been doing for so many years and have been number one into that. So Xiaomi changed the entire distribution strategy with working on a limited layers of distribution, which is now becoming a norm. Not only what we started is now every other mobile industry, mobile operator or everybody is now looking into, because you need to keep the cost under control at every given point of time. During this journey, we created some fantastic milestones. I don't know whether you're aware or not, we created a Guinness Book of World Record, and that's something that I am super, super proud of, because from there we started off a journey of creating the largest retail chain in the country. We became not only bigger than Samsung, we became bigger than Cafe Coffee Day, bigger than Domino's, bigger than Bata, and it became the largest exclusive retail chain in the country. And the foundation for that was set up by something when we went ahead and created a Guinness Book of World Record by opening 500 stores on the same day at the same time. Let me take you through a small video on this.
In the middle of last year, we opened flagship stores called as Mi Home stores across all large cities. And these Mi Home stores are known for their experience. But we realized that we are not present in small towns like tier 4, tier 5 towns and villages. In the beginning of this year, we started working on a new concept, Retail 2.0, and we call these stores as Mi stores. These are Xiaomi exclusive stores, which means we will sell all the products launched in India through these stores.
It started as a joke, became an idea, changed to a dream, and in few days it was a junoon, which was covering the entire team on day in and day out.
And we created a new world record when we opened more than 500 Mi stores simultaneously on the same day, same time. On 29th of October at 12 noon, all these 500 stores are inaugurated. This is a new world record, and this is Xiaomi India's second Guinness World Record.
The entire teamwork and with minute-by-minute execution, which involved 525 franchises, which were there in 14 states, 207 districts, 471 villages, executing at the rate of 10 stores per day. It was a mammoth exercise. Okay, thank you very much. Where is Indu madam? Do we have anybody else Guinness Book of World Record holder in SCMS? Okay. Xiaomi. Yeah. Okay. So things were going very well, and then suddenly, to the shock of all of us, came COVID. So COVID, what happened? The shutters were down, shops were not open, people were not allowed to come out, people were not ready to even transact money. And there came the first challenge, that how do we sell? There is stocks lying in your warehouse, distributors are carrying stock, retailers are carrying stock. And how do we start selling? We came out with some really innovative ideas at that time. And the reason I am telling you is because at that moment, either you can sulk, you can cry about it, oh, COVID has come, what can we do? We have lost everything, money is gone, everything there. But there are two big initiatives which we took. One was called Mi Commerce, where we said that people have stocks. We have a website, we have an app called Mi.com. Why don't we integrate both of them? The shutters are down, and we put a QR code on the shutters, where anybody who wants to buy can just use that QR code. The retailer supplies the stock to his home at any time when it is opened up, or talk directly to the customer. And we ensure that the regular walk-in is not missed out. The second thing we did, if customers cannot come to my shop will go there. And we started something called Xiaomi on Wheels, where we ensured that this vehicle reaches to the ruralist of the area. And we started allowing people to come out. The vehicle used to stand in front of their homes and they could purchase it. Because please remember, though there was COVID, but the demand didn't go down. Why? Thanks to online classes, thanks to all the Zoom sessions which were happening, everybody wanted a mobile. To the child, which sometime back we used to say, hey, don't touch the mobile. Now the mother was happily giving them a mobile, happily giving a tablet in their hands and all those things. So usually a house which require 1 or 2 mobiles, suddenly the demand came of requiring 3, 4, 5 mobiles at that time. So the demand was there, but how do this demand to get fulfilled was the challenge which was there. Post-COVID became another challenge, because during COVID there was a big pent-up demand. Those pent-up demand, once it started, when the market opened up post-COVID, another challenge came in. Looking at the sales which was happening in last 1 year, companies started manufacturing more, thinking that, oh, there is so much of demand. And moment COVID got over, the pent-up demand stopped, schools started, colleges started, everybody had 2 or 3 extra mobiles at their homes, and suddenly there was hardly any demand in the market. And the bigger challenges started coming, because now the stocks is there, demand is not there, and hence it was important for Xiaomi again to rework in the post-COVID era of rejigging their entire distribution. Many of the small distributors had to get merged with the bigger distributors so that the bigger distributor could sustain and service. The portfolio, which kept on increasing to as big as 30 for Xiaomi during that period, is where this year they have now planning to bring it below 10, and which is a very rightful direction they are going on. The third and the most important thing is leverage the 3,000 exclusive stores that you have, which you created pre-COVID, is now going to help you post-COVID also. Because these 3,000 stores are now your ready-made market and your ready-made place to do online to offline. They are there in the rural part of the country, so you can start distributing your stock across the country. And that's where came a big advantage, and that's how Xiaomi, both pre-COVID, during COVID and post-COVID, managed their business. And from there, let me come to my current organization, Unacademy, because at that time, COVID would have been a sad news for many industries. But for industry like pharma, for industry like edtech, it was a gold mine. Because suddenly, everybody wanted to learn online. Many of the brands like Byju's, Unacademy, many of these brands got benefited big time during COVID. Let me just take you through a small story about Unacademy. Unacademy was founded by Gaurav and Roman and Himesh. And the entire idea of Unacademy was to make the education accessible to all, even to the ruralist part of the country. And thanks again back to the Jio, Xiaomi's of the world, where the data was becoming easier. It helped the communication to become faster, streaming to become easier, and Unacademy being a tech-first company, it was the first one to take the maximum advantage of it, because it was a company which was built keeping in mind that online is important from the learning perspective. Test preparation market, and we have two great gentlemen here who have One is serving in Air Force, one has served in the army. So for the test preparation, specifically UPSC, it is told that your probability of cracking a UPSC exam is lesser than you falling from a 15-floor store and still surviving. That difficult is the UPSC's exams of this country. That less is the selection. And the test preparation, there are more than 1 crore students who prepare. There are more than 1 crore students who give the exams every year. It's a huge market, and all of us have gone through that particular junction of our life. And how did they do it? Unacademy started with a YouTube, but then they moved into an app-based model, a platform model. And they created what was an offline exclusive experience, and they started bringing it to online. So many of these things which was never heard of when you are trying to learn on a YouTube, communities, test series, streaming with bandwidth thing, planner, test series, one-to-one, doubt solving. Many of these things became, which were the first time in the industry. During COVID, one of the important things which you will see is the Google trend. Now, Google Trends shows that what everybody has been searching for. And the very fact that if you see from March 2020, the searches in terms of online learning, online teaching, online teachers, it skyrocketed. And the market kept on growing from there. During COVID, again, it was important for Unacademy to innovate, because you suddenly realize that the market is there. Now, the educators used to come and do a shoot at our office or some other places. So there were challenges again. Now, how will they come and shoot their videos? And also at YouTube, to move to a subscription, that was a big call. The industry called it as a foolish move, that how can they move to a subscription model like a Netflix or an Amazon Prime. But Unacademy was able to prove them wrong, and it has been a great step, not only for Unacademy but for the entire industry. We created studios, and same like in Xiaomi, if the customer cannot come to the shop will go to the customer. So if the educator cannot come to the studio will go to the educator. And we started creating studios at the educator's home so that they can do the live streaming right from their home. And thirdly, many of the categories which Unacademy was not there, they started entering into those categories. Let me also talk to you about that COVID was not bad for everyone. Many of us, whenever we talk to somebody, we'll say, oh, COVID was so bad, everything went bad, nothing happened during that time. Please look at this one. In 2021, the number of Indian companies which became unicorn was 39. Even if you look at in 2021 the type of the sectors which got benefited, fintech obviously, marketplace, e-commerce, SaaS, edtech, all these ones got benefited with extra funding, and they started becoming a unicorn there. 2022 comes, COVID has gone, and as we say in the startup world, the winter got set in. Winter got set in means the funds which were flowing till 2021 have suddenly stopped flowing the way it was flowing that time. So, and why it happened? Because the schools opened. Parents were more than happy to send their kids back to school. They were fed up of the kid being at home, and they said, please go back to school. The aspirants who were preparing for test markets, they started going back to the coaching classes. Why? Because even with the probability of falling from a 15th floor and still surviving, this year, when they could not qualify for their IIT, NEET, UPSC in spite of an academy having the best of result. Who was the villain? The mobile was the villain. The online classes were the villain. Because what was the most easiest thing for the parents and for the child to say, "Koi tu qualify क्यों नहीं हुआ?" और full time mobile पे बैठा हुआ था. Full time mobile देखना and all those things. So that's the thing which is a big change which started coming in. We started seeing that trend in early 22 itself. So what did Unacademy do? Unacademy quickly realized that post-COVID, offline need to start moving it much faster. And we started creating our offline centers where we started doing coaching. And the good news is that we are already with 15 centers where we teach for JEE and NEET. We are opening up another 40 more. We are opening 50 more stores, which will be a point of sale to purchase to have counseling and purchase of any of the online products. And plus, now we are also moving into the UPSC, GATE, Judiciary. All those offline classes also are getting started now. So that comes to the main question again, that online and offline, how do we go? Should the retail move towards online? Should the retail move towards offline? I personally believe that online and offline will always stay together, specifically for a country like India. The India versus Bharat divide is so big that it gives us such a big opportunity for the entire community and the retail community to keep on growing among it. And if you see from the trends, many of the brands which started as a pure online brands, Lenskart, Pepperfry, Licious, or even for that matter, Unacademy. The Unacademy name came because academy and it is un, so Unacademy is how it started on. So many of these brands understood that there is a pie from online, but if you want to increase the pie, you need to get into offline also. So hence it's important that both of them need to go hand in hand and things have to move forward on it. And it's not just only the online who have moved to offline. It's the other way around also. And the biggest example for that is definitely Reliance. JioMart is going to become bigger than anybody that you can think of. The same shop on which you are going to have you go and have your parampuri, it will not be a surprise that you will be buying your mobile from there in next couple of years. From a medical shop, you will be buying your furniture. And Reliance is creating an ecosystem by which all of this will be possible, and this will be a perfect example of O2O at such a large scale. And this is what Reliance has been doing, that not only but they are ensuring that the e-commerce and the digital footprint of there is increasing day by day. And that's why when they buy the IPL rights for what, 3.4 billion, and now they are going to stream it free for everyone. It's not that he wants to become the Prime Minister of the country and he wants to give something free, but there is a bigger, larger plan behind it. And for that, I would like to explain to you that what is the pyramid of the Indian internet consumer. And all the speakers who have spoken before me, whether it was regarding banking, whether it was regarding the loans, the industry, the ChatGPT, all these industries, it's important to understand the internet pyramid of the country. Now, if you tell me, or if I ask you, suppose you are a Flipkart or Amazon or any of these brands which is there for every consumer, what would be the market size? So if you are a startup in the online digital platform, I am an investor, and if I ask you that what is the market size, your answer would be? What would be the market size if you are into a product which is used by everyone? Let's take it water. You are selling water. And if I ask you what is the market size for that, what would you say? No, in numbers. So the first answer would definitely be 1.4 billion. But the fact is, connectivity. Now, moment you bring it down and cut that part of connectivity, you are now suddenly talking of the people who have any form of cellular communication. That comes down to 1 billion. But is that enough? No, because there is a lot of people who are using feature phones. Because until and unless you do not have a good smartphone which can sustain an app, it's of no use. So you have to cut down further, and if you cut down, you are remaining with 400 million. Now with 400 million, you have another challenges, which is in terms of lots and lots of other factors which comes as per capita income, which comes in, are you able to use that? Cutting all these things one by one, what you are left with, according to the industry, is only 40 million. Let's assume that that this is slightly overrated, and let's double it. The entire pie of online, which everybody, whether it is Flipkart, Amazon, Lenskart, your banks, all of them which they are fighting for, is this 70 to 80 million. And that's where, moment a brand starts taking from that pie to a particular level, is when they have to start looking outside. Because there are 3 levels in that pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid is a level C customer. A level C customer is somebody like your parents, or like that Philomena madam was telling that I am old school. They will use online, but very sparingly. Once in a year, some Ola they will book, some Swiggy they will order for. Then there is the second level of it, which has another 10 million odd there. Sorry, 20 million odd there, who are students and people like those who use it for calling for food, you use it for many other things, you call it once in a while, you do it every month, you start purchasing. But the top layer is the one which purchases virtually everything from online. Right from their pen, to their dresses, to their consumer durables, everything they are buying from online. And that is only 10 million. And 10 million is not a joke, by the way. We are talking of a huge population there, maybe more than that of England. So India is very fortunate that we are at that level of business. But the problem is that particular segment is contributing to around 15% of the overall volume. But on the value perspective, they are 40%. Hence, it is valuable. And hence, when Licious say that we have touched 2 million subscriber base, or 2 million customers are there, they suddenly start becoming a unicorn. Because that market is a great market, because it's a vertical growth which you are able to take it out from that particular pie. And hence, I always mention on this that it is not online versus offline. It is online and offline which will both sustain together. But what is important for both of them to coexist is that be where the customer is there. If you are not where the customer is there, you will miss out, and miss out for sure. Many brands have done that mistake. And that's the mistake which no brand should do it specifically. And you all who are learning management from now, because now you have technology to support you. People who have 30, 40, 50 years of experience is becoming redundant. Why? Because the way the distribution is done, where the production is done, the way finance is done, everything is changing so fast. So for you, the more you adapt to it, the more you learn from it, you can overtake everybody who has even crossed or who have done an MBA even from a big institute or from anywhere much before you. As I said, the India versus Bharat divide. The opportunity is immense, immense, immense. And that's what we need to look into. And lastly, create and just don't be part of the creation. If you are not able to create, if you are not able to think creatively, if you are not able to give solutions, then you are the problem. It's very, very critical that you all become a part of solutions. You have to start thinking in that direction, that how do I contribute, how do I think ahead of time. All these startups, all these brands which have become big, once they cracked it, you said, "Arey, ye to maine bhi socha tha." Majority of the startup ideas, it would have crossed our head sometime or other, but somebody took the bet and moved forward into that. If it can be them, next it can be you. And I wish you all the very best. I'm sure that the next big unicorn would come from SCMS. I definitely look forward that when one day Parag would be into that one. Thank you once again. This was very, very good of you all to call me, and I really felt very happy about it. Open to questions if any.
Sunil, in your presentation, you were referring to the market size mostly on the primary side, the first sales which are happening.
Pardon?
In terms of the market size of the device market,
yeah.
right? Largely what we are referring to were the primary sales, first purchase, fresh sales rather. But there is also a market in India, especially in tier 3, tier 4 towns, which is the secondary sales of the devices, which is changing hands. I read some numbers that there is about 800 odd million customers, predominantly, not that all of them are buying secondary, but a large part of it, assumed about 30-40% would be buying of that secondary product. Is that getting factored into companies like Unacademy or Xiaomi when they are making their plans for market expansion?
So the refurbished market is becoming big, and if you see that even Apple have now started selling actively their refurbished product, and that's a strategy which has been looked into, how to bring the price down. You cannot bring your price down of your original product or the main product, but a refurbished product with warranty, that's definitely a bigger market for it. Now from the brand perspective, from Unacademy perspective, it is good because more the number of people are having the devices, it's great. From the Xiaomi perspective, that particular segment is eating more into the lower end of the segment and not into the segment that Xiaomi or any other brand is focusing, which is mid and higher end. The low end of the spectrum definitely is getting vacant, and I'll not be surprised that by the end of this year or maybe next year, there won't be any brand, maybe only brand could be Jio, which would be below 10,000 rupees. So
the entry-level market will actually get pushed into this refurbished space.
Yes, from the branded perspective level, but from the Jio bundled products and all those things, those will definitely dominate the below 10,000. But till now, what you are finding, a Redmi phone below 10,000, Oppo, Vivo phone below 10,000, a Samsung phone below 10,000, going forward, because the production is slowly getting stopped, the chipsets are not getting produced, so those market will definitely dry off. That will be only for Anil Ambani, Mukesh Ambani to handle.
Thanks.
I have a question. I mean, it's just out of, because I'm not, I don't know, maybe I'm ignorant, but Unacademy, you know, you said that it's going to open so many offline stores. And I believe that, like what you said, India versus Bharat, I mean, there is so much opportunity there. But what is the plan? Like, are you thinking of going, like, is Unacademy thinking of going through like all these places, like very, very small towns? I mean, is that the plan that they will open, you know, I mean, that's probably, maybe money is not there, but opportunity is there. Is that the plan?
As of now, the answer is no. The reason is that since we are a tech-enabled company, it's important for Unacademy also to find the right balance on it. You cannot go so thin into offline, so deep into offline that you start spending so much of money which starts impacting your entire bottom line on it. And that's where the hybrid model will come into play, where you will be able to take best of both online and offline at the same time. So there would be few places where you will be able to take offline classes, but the online would become much more vibrant at that moment. But I do not see that that every district, for Xiaomi we had 3,000 stores selling even in the rural country. But I do not see that could happening for 3,000 offline coaching classes across the country. Things can change. Till 2 years back, if you would have asked me whether Unacademy will come into offline, the answer would have been no. The markets are changing. We will we'll see how times move ahead. Yes. In the beginning of the journey, like even for Xiaomi, even for Unacademy, that was well controlled. See, again the same story of the level which I am telling of. Moment you are hitting a plateau there, now at the same 10 million, you have got it. Okay, like the entire 70-80 million that I've talked about it, Flipkart, Amazon have already got those. They are the only guys who have reached out to all these 70 to 80 million people. But now to make them do the second purchase, repeat purchase, is where the money will start going flow. Plus also remember with SEOs, like one of the biggest headache we have is that when I am searching for unacademy.com and suddenly Byju's ad will come on top of it. Akash ad will come on top of it. So the problem is that it's very easy for somebody to hack into your database there. Not database per se, but I am searching for something. But to disturb me, somebody has paid a money and it's intruding into. So before my page, Byju's page comes in or Akash page comes in. So hence it's because all of them are fighting for the same pie. It is the same 10 million of the A level. It is the same 70 million that everybody is talking of. So at the beginning, when it was a COCO store, a company-owned, company-operated stores, it used to be considerably high. It used to be 2x when there was 5 layers of distribution. In Xiaomi, that's where we started, that we removed 5 layers, we worked with 1 layer. So basically, we reduced it by 3x there. And currently also, even for Unacademy to move towards online to offline, the offline capex is higher, but with time you are able to, because there your first 1,000 customers acquisition, learner acquisition is higher, but the next 5,000 is what average is. Yep. Right.
Check. I'm not in marketing. I'm not in corporate. I'm going to ask you something.
Fortunately or unfortunately, both of us learned the marketing from the same place, same class.
and I'm going to ask you something altogether, a different side of the marketing thing. Today with online, offline and all the kinds of marketing strategies which are there, obviously they are making good moolah for the corporates. Are we also driving at customers buying things which they actually probably don't require? Is that how we are enabling our bottom lines to increase? And is that, I'm probably, as I said, I'm digressing very way out from that. Is that ethically right? And are we going to be continuing like that just because our bottom lines are going to surge?
Yep. And that's why I gave that example of Amazon and Flipkart. Amazon and Flipkart has already hit that 70 million thing. So if they have to further grow, the 70 million have to keep on using again and again. So now they know that Binu is from Air Force, Binu lives in Kerala, he has just now moved to Gurgaon. And since he has moved to Gurgaon, he requires these 10 items, and that's why the prompts will keep on coming. Now, is it unethical? Can't say. They have studied you, and that's what is going to happen. When I was sitting with Parag sir, I was like talking. When the topic came in that every time you are doing a financial transaction, we are at the bank, we know how is it, you are able to get loan. Leave that part. Try talking to a friend with your mobile on your table. यार मुझे तो क्रॉस का पेन खरीदना है यार. I was searching for the cross pen, I didn't get it. Next day, if you do not get a notification that where the cross pen could be bought in. So that's where the things have moved completely. It's not only what you are typing. Every time when you are touching your mobile, every time when you are scrolling through, every time when you stop on a TikTok, every time when you stop on a Facebook, every time when you stop on an Instagram, it's all getting recorded. It's all trying to map what do you like, what you don't like. So it's very obvious that that they are trying to understand your behavior of what you like, what you don't like. Today, more than your wife, maybe Swiggy knows food preferences. Cool. So all the best to all of you. SCMS is a fantastic place. We have enjoyed our time. We used to be in the old campus, and those were really memorable time that we had. I hope and wish that you all have a great memories at SCMS. Make the friends for life and achieve big things in your life. Let's crack it together. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Ms. Sindhu Pantarai, co-founder, CMAR Verticals Farms Private Limited. Founded in 2019, CMAR Vertical Farm Private Limited specializes in hydroponic farming and is involved in growing vegetables, market gardening and horticulture. She completed her MBA in the year 1999. In 2011, she decided to be a home entrepreneur, mainly focusing on cupcakes, jar cakes and desserts. A very outgoing and lively person, she enjoys work, traveling and wildlife photography. To welcome Ms. Sindhu Pantarai to Panorama 2023 and to request her to address the gathering, we invite Mr. Vilas Nair, Assistant Professor, SSTM.
So, good evening all. I thought of coming up with a very formal kind of so not possible. Okay, anyway, good afternoon to all. This is like, you know, an old nostalgic feeling. I should say it is a very nostalgic feeling where I am introducing FK181. Yeah, and I often used to get this opportunity during my class days and where we used to have the presentations, and because I was FK 180 and so yeah, all these three people were together in most of the groups and we used to have the presentation, and most of the time I used to get this opportunity, and it is again today I got the opportunity to introduce her, and history repeats. So, conquering the world with the smile is what Sindhu Prem Kumar is all about, right? And she used to be one of our very charming and astonishing presenter, and she used to make our presentations very live.
And to talk about her, she's a baker, she's an agriculturist, she is a co-founder of Seimer Vertical Farming, and she is a party animal, batch icon, and of all this, what I should say is that she owns to her credit, that 100% attendance for all the alumni meets so far. Yeah, and to speak more on the subject which she has been there, I request her to be on the stage. Welcome you, Sindhu, once again.
Sorry, ma'am? These days, you know, when they make presentation, there's a group presentation. In your case, it could be I call upon. Because this one doesn't know what the next one is going to say.
Absolutely. I have no clue what I'm going to say right now, too. Yes, please. Left, right?
Yeah.
Over here. No, there's a video prior to this. Don't leave it here. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. I hope the lunch is good. Yeah? Okay. And Sunil has given us a good dose of an insight into offline and online. What I would be talking about is completely different from what you've heard in the last 2 days. You heard about fintech, you've heard about HR, you've heard AI, you heard sales, you've heard marketing, advertising. Okay, I'm going to talk about from an entrepreneurial perspective. I don't think that has been covered, so that is what I'm going to talk to you about. But before I start talking, I want you to take a look at this video. It's a movie snippet. Forgive the cuss words in it, we're all adults here. Bear with me, but it definitely has a lot of meaning behind. Don't go by the cuss words. Just go by the meaning behind the entire snippet. It makes a lot of sense to me. I would like to translate that towards you. Take a look at this, please.
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. Either we heal as a team, or we're going to crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, till we're finished. We're in hell right now, gentlemen. Believe me. And we can stay here, get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back into the light. We can climb out of hell. 1 inch at a time. Now, I can't do it for you. I'm too old. I look around, I see these young faces, and I think, I mean, I made every wrong choice a middle-aged man can make. I pissed away all my money, believe it or not. I chased off anyone who's ever loved me. And lately, I can't even stand the face I see in the mirror. You know, when you get old in life, things get taken from you. I mean, that's part of life. But you only learn that when you start losing stuff. you find out life's this game of inches. So is football. Because in either game, life or football, the margin for error is so small. I mean, 1/2 a step too late or too early, and you don't quite make it. 1/2 second too slow, too fast, you don't quite catch it. The inches we need are everywhere around us. Hell yeah. They're in every break of the game, every minute, every second. On this team, we fight for that inch. On this team, we tear ourselves and everyone else around us to pieces for that inch. We claw with our fingernails for that inch. Because we know when we add up all those inches, that's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing. Between living and dying. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that inch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that inch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now I can't make you do it. You got to look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now I think you're going to see a guy who will go that inch with you. You're going to see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're going to do the same for him. That's the team, gentlemen. And either we heal now as a team or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you gonna do?
From the movie Any Given Sunday. It talks about how this football team overcame the adversity they were facing with miscommunication within the team that they had, and how they had to actually have their coach literally bang it on their head saying, you don't play together, you don't win the championship. So it goes for life. If you're not in it, if you don't have it in your head that you want to grow, you want to succeed, you'll never get anywhere in life. For me, the year 2020 was a difficult period because we had just set up our business. We set up our business in 2019 November. We started a hydroponic farm. I'll show you a snippet of the farm and I'll tell you what it is about. We started our indoor farming. We had our first harvest by the middle of March. 24th of March, bang, lockdown. And for how long? No idea. There was like a 1 day, a voluntary lockdown which the government gave, and then they extended it 21 days. Nothing open. We had no clue how to go further. We didn't know how to start because we hadn't started anything per se at that point in time. So we're like, okay, let's wait out this 21-day period and see. 21 days. We had a business contract on a B2B model, but that couldn't come into force because nothing was open. Everything was shut. Essential supplies. We weren't sure whether we come under essential supplies because hydroponics is not categorized as an agricultural produce by the government as yet. So we really had no clarity on that. What to do? Wait it out and let's see what happens. Before I tell you further, I'll give you a little show on what we do as hydroponics, where we grow salad leaves, exotic vegetables in pipes, in nutrient-filled water, and it's grown in a controlled environment with either ACs or cooling pads and fans. So just take a look. It's a 1-minute video and then we'll talk further. So this is a part of our farm. We've got 3 farms right now. This was the first farm that came up. So this is what we were doing. So these are the seedlings. Every one is marked and tagged the day of seeding. So you know the harvest period for it. And this is how they grow. So we grow some under lights, under specific spectrum lights. We grow some in the open under the sun. This is the sight to see when everything is green, fresh. It's brilliant. The smell of it the moment you walk into the farm is exhilarating. And yes, this is some of the produce that we have. So Simar Vertical Farms is incorporated by SCMS alumni, my partner Amarjeet Paradhi and myself Sindhu Pandale. So that is how Simar has come in. Unfortunately, we couldn't get anything better than that because everything what we wanted was already registered. So we said, okay, fine, let's just have the company name this way. I mean, that doesn't matter. It's a brand that matters eventually. So our brand is called Bon Sante, which means goodness and good health in French. Okay, so this is what we had. Lockdown. I think that struck a bell with everybody. What do you do with everything shut? No escape route. Where do you go forward? How do you take things forward? We were as clueless as anybody. I mean, sitting at home, be it a school, be it any segment of the industry. We were as clueless as them. So when we started our seeding plans in January of 2020, we were ready for the harvest by the middle of March. And we'd already established a B2B contract with a salad company. So who were going to buy off 50% of our produce. And we said, okay, the remaining 50% we'll probably look at, on a B2C model. But lockdown just shattered all our plans at that point in time. And now we have like 100% produce and with no way how to go about selling it. And the produce that is grown on hydroponics has a shelf life of around 45 to 50 days, not like your regular soil grown lettuce or produce which has a longer time to grow. This grows very quickly. Now in 50 days, if you don't use up your produce, it turns bitter. There's no point selling it, there's no point consuming it. It's not poison, but it doesn't have that kind of flavor that it should actually have. So that went kaput. Movement pass. Now we realize essential supplies, pharmacies, medical supplies, essential supplies were getting a movement pass. But we as a hydroponic produce were not sure whether we would get that. So again, a question mark in our heads, what do we do further from here? How stuck are we? Or how do we get out of this situation? Marketing activities, we can't do anything. You can't step out of your homes. I mean, you can sit at home and tali bajao, like the government said. Now we can't even do that tali bajao because there's produce. So no way we could do anything. And even if we tried, we like social distancing rules. I mean, okay, all those who lived in condominiums in societies realize that you could get it up to the main gate. But with produce like ours, it can't be kept. And I have the farm in Gurgaon in the north. April till September is peak summers at 35 going on to 47, 48 degrees in June. You can't keep leaves out in the sun. They will just turn limp and have no flavor when you even try to consume it later. How do we now get past this? I mean, I think we racked our brain for a couple of days. The first 21-day lockdown period which came, we're like, okay, let's wait and see. Probably it'll open up, because the COVID scare, I mean, as Indians, we say, acha, theek hai, itne dino ke liye to baki theek ho jayega. It'll all open up. But the cases hadn't really gone up at that point in time. It was still at minimal, but the scare was always there. And as humans, one little scare, it leads into a panic attack with others. Then we realized the Haryana government was giving essential services movement passes, which we have to apply on a weekly basis. So we said, let's just apply and see. I mean, you're not going to lose anything. If it doesn't come through, then we'll see. If it comes through, let's take it, and then we'll figure what to do. And we realized they were giving it to you on a weekly basis. We said, fine, let's take from a Monday to a Sunday time frame. So you have the entire 7-day period to figure out, at least if not on Monday, by Tuesday, you'll start figuring out what to do for the next 6 days of the week. Now, we have to get to the farm and back. Even if we have to pick up the produce and do a sampling in any of the societies, we have to go to the farm to collect the produce. So then we had little WhatsApp groups amongst our women in the society. So like kind of tinkled them and said, look, I have this produce. Are you guys ready to try it out? At least let's start that way. So from our end, fine, at least there's some produce which can get consumed. And based on the feedback that people give us, we'll now know what to do further. So April is when we started our sampling activities and in the society we were living in. And touch wood, the produce was good, people kept asking for more. So the entire month actually went into just giving them out as freebies. Zero money coming in. We said, okay, fine, let's get, done with the stock. And then because we have another set of harvest which is coming out by the end of April. So we have to clear out one to get the next one to start. Now when we realized this sampling approach in one society was really going well, we reached out to friends, living in different places, like, okay, can you help us do this? I mean, we'll come and drop it off, we just need your, and everything went by WhatsApp. Thank God for WhatsApp. I mean, it just made our life easy. Even now, our orders, everything come via WhatsApp. So we said, okay, fine. I mean, whoever's interested, just send your flat number and we will ensure that it comes to you. Now to reach, again, like the previous slide I mentioned, that to get past that barrier of the main gate, we had to speak to the RWA of the society and tell them, look, this is vegetables. I mean, it can't be stored out in the open. Luckily, the lobbies are all with AC. It can be kept over there, even if it is for a couple of hours, people come down and pick it up. But we can't do a doorstep delivery. But this is the least we can do for you guys. I mean, we will leave it on the lobbies with your flat numbers tagged. You'll have to come down and pick it up. I will make that much life simpler for you. So they were okay with that. We said, fine, let's now go about this. And that's how we actually started. By the middle of April, by the end of April is when we actually started commercial activity. And people started saying, put a price down, because we can't keep taking freebies all the time from you guys. So put a price down to it. We sat down to pricing it then, because our initial thing was B2B and not B2C. So now with zero B2B, we had to adapt to a completely different model, which was B2C, which we hadn't really thought of or given any idea to begin with. This came as a godsend for us, the B2C model. We haven't gone back to B2B now at present. We've continued and stuck to B2C because the confidence that the people have given us that our produce is good has made us stick to the B2C model. We had to do the delivery ourselves. So we were a team of 3. My partner Amar, myself and the farm caretaker. We just 3 people handling the entire thing. Amar doing one set of the delivery runs. I'm doing another set of the delivery runs. To build the confidence in a customer saying that I, as a founder of the company, am coming to deliver it at your doorstep. I'm your delivery person and it's not anybody else coming. So to build that trust, we had to get down to doing this, and also we couldn't get with all people moving out of their hometowns during COVID. There was no labor allowed. There was nobody wanted to work. They wanted to go back home thinking that they be safer in their confines of their homes than trying to figure work out. So we said, fine, I mean, if we can't get anybody, we'll just do it ourselves. And Amar and myself, both of us, 2 separate vehicles, doing the delivery day in and day out till date. So to give you an idea of what we did. So when we started in April, one condo, we had like just 12 customers, just 12. So continued sampling efforts and everything. By the end of the month, week 4, we had 3 condos with 42 customers and 25 loyal customers. These 25 and 67 numbers have stuck with us till date. And there are many more. This is just the beginning of how we started growing. Where are we now? We deliver to 23 different condominiums in Gurgaon, 400 plus loyal customers. Okay, the POCs that we've done, proof of concepts, we have tried indoor farming, which when we started, we did indoor farming. But indoor farming, over a period of time, we realized it didn't work for us because it was very expensive. Our overheads were the highest because we were growing them in vertically, in lines, and every line had around 13 spectrum lights to grow because we had to replicate sunlight because we're growing this indoors. That costed us a whole lot. Our electricity bills hit the roof and we realized we're just not making any money in this. I said, what is the next? I mean, 1 year, we tried that for an entire year and it didn't make any business sense to continue the same model because we're only going to be putting in funds from our end but nothing coming back. We said, let's move it to an outdoor model. Forget the replication of sunlight, you have natural sunlight, use that and get the model working. So that's how we started the outdoor farming. We've done that now 3 years. We've completed, I think, around 8 different types of POCs. Parag, stop sleeping. Yeah, we've done around 8 different types of POCs, and right now we're ready to take it forward, grow our business forward, and set up a farm in the hills, and that's what we're looking to do. We're also looking at we're now confident with what we're doing, with our supplies, the way we're functioning, the technical know-how, the marketing, the promotions that we've been doing. Everything has worked in our favor and now we're ready to scale. After 3 full years, we are ready to scale our business. We will now, this is our roadmap for the next financial year. So to increase the production and revenue by 5x, we're setting up a farm in the hills. In fact, we've kind of decided on the place and we probably in the next 10 days will probably go and close that deal and get work started. So the number of SKUs are the different types of leaves and vegetables that we do. We're doing around 12 right now. We plan to increase that to around 18. And the newer offerings which will also come as part of the SKUs, added to the SKUs, are salad dressings. So we have one of our batchmate, Shivanandan Pare, his wife and his sister-in-law are into doing salad dressing. So they're going to kind of help us out in giving us smaller packet sizes of the dressings to go with it. Ready-to-eat salad boxes, which we were initially very reluctant to start off because the sanitation levels that you need to maintain in this is very, very high. Because you can't, when you cut produce and give, it has to be absolutely clean. And it's going to a consumer who's going to consume it straight off. So that is one thing that we will have to maintain. B2B supplies, yes, with the farm in the hills, we're ready to enter the B2B market, and the subscription models for salad dressings, ready-to-eat boxes and subscription models for the produce at the moment is what we're looking to do during the course of this year. So yes, that is what I have been doing as an entrepreneur. And yeah, one thing that actually kind of kept us going was the grit that we will not give up, come what may. 3 periods of lockdown, and we could have given up at any point in time. I mean, after setting up everything, but we're like, I mean, that's not what we started the business for, to give up in like 6 months. willingness to adapt was one main thing for us, because we were initially looking at a complete B2B model where we had people, we'd already signed contracts with people to supply to them, but with lockdown coming in, that just did not work for us in our favor, and we had so much to do to figure out how we will use the existing produce and start making money. So that's when we moved it completely to a B2C model, and right now I think, like I said, 23 condos, which means around 400 plus loyal customers, weekly customers, and it goes up to around, I think, around 800 to 900 on an average of customers coming in. Yeah. Willingness to adapt, tenacity to keep going. When you think that you're going to go down, do not go down that drain. Push yourself higher and come up. You will definitely get past. Challenges are there everywhere, but how you take it in your stride and come out of it is what makes you a better person, what makes you a leader in your field. So all the best to you guys. I hope these 2-day sessions have been interesting and valuable for you all. How you all are going to use it in your lives is for you to figure out, and all the very best to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's time to address your queries. The floor is open to questions.
Yes, Reena.
Yeah,
sorry.
Like you started with hydroponic. So my question is, why hydroponic? Why not aquaponic? Is it only about profit and cost or something else?
See, aquaponics, we actually didn't get into aquaponics because we have 6 to 8 months of summer. Now with aquaponics, the amount of water that you need, with the heat, water evaporation is much higher. So now that is going to be a difficult thing to contain 8 months of the year. And the remaining 4 months is winter, where the temperatures really drop. And if you have winters like what we had this year, where things go down to like 4 degrees, 3 degrees, water tends to start freezing on the top as sleet. So that is one of the reasons why we did not want to get into aquaponics. Hydroponics, I guess I was a consumer of a hydroponic produce through somebody else, and I found that a very interesting concept and a very different thing from what I was buying from the market. So that got me to study about hydroponics further, and yes, with my partner we used to kind of keep meeting, and we would kind of discuss these things, and that's when we decided that I think we should get into a line like this. So you need a mic? Really?
Yeah. So, I have a question. We're talking about basically salads, and how did you, what was the USP? If somebody was buying it, did you face a competition from a regular vegetable vendor who's also probably selling it? How did you kind of,
So when you compare, like an apple to apple comparison, if you take between a hydroponically grown produce as vis-a-vis a soil grown produce, there's a huge difference in the taste, texture, crunch, and its longevity in the refrigerator. Now you pick up a soil grown produce from the regular mandi or the regular store. It may be packaged very well, but you have no idea when it has come into the store there and when you're getting it home. And by the time you bring it home, probably the first day you use it, it's fresh. The second day, it turns limp. Here we believe in a farm to fork model. So the produce is harvested only in the mornings and as per the orders that are given to us. So, and it's delivered within 4 hours. And we have the packaging that we use is oxo-biodegradable, so that it decomposes within 4 months of going into a soil. That stays fresh. It's a Ziploc kind of a bag. It stays fresh in the refrigerator for even 3 weeks. So probably the bottom leaves would wilt, but if you tear that off, the rest of it remains perfectly fine to consume. So our main USP is cleanliness of the produce, because there is zero soil, there is zero pesticide in this. And the freshness that it remains in the Ziploc pack for maximum of 3 weeks is the USP. And people are ready to pay a premium for produce like this, because they realize they have seen over time when they have compared it with what they have been buying in the market and this. So they're ready to pay that little premium. And especially during COVID, where nothing was coming to you. You would normally go out and buy your vegetables and everything, right? But COVID, you couldn't even step out to do that. When something is readily coming to your doorstep or to your lobby door, and you're going to pay a little more price, and you realize it's okay if I pay that price, but it's going to last better, it's going to taste better, why not pay that price? So that is one of our USPs.
Got it, thanks. Another question, it's coming from the background because I've always had a job. I've never done like a business of my own. So it's something probably I don't know about, but how many times do you get like butterflies in your stomach and you're like freaking out?
Sorry?
Like how many times you have like a butterflies in your stomach or you're freaking out because you've started something and you don't know how it's going to end?
Every day, there's a new challenge every day. Suddenly the caretaker will call up at 6 in the morning when the day of packing. He call up and say, Madam, ये motor बंद हो गया, burn हो गया है. Like, कौन सा motor कहाँ? He's like, Madam, तीसरे वाले farm में दूसरा वाला motor. He's like, oh. So we're like, every day there are new challenges, there are butterflies every day, and then you'll have customers saying, I did not get my produce when it was already delivered to them because she helped, made us pick it up and put it in the refrigerator, she's not checked. So, yes, we do challenges like that on a daily basis. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we do. We do take them on. We don't bring in too many people because we need to maintain the sanitation levels in the farm. So we probably bring them in like groups of 3 or 4, and we do have pharmacists. That is and that's only now recently that we have started. So we've been like very restricted about getting people into the farm because we don't know where they're coming from, whether there's been any infection in the house or things like that, touch feet. So even when we enter the farm, we have the sanitizer, sanitize your feet or shoes, and then enter the farm. So those are maintained even post-COVID because we believe our produce is what makes us and makes our brand. So that's how we would like to keep it.
This farms in the hills, how is it different from your outdoor farm? And
so right now the outdoor farms that we have, we run on a technology called heat exchange technology. So where the hot air goes in and it's cooled through coil pipes and then it throws out cooler air and there's constant water running in. Now the farm in the hills would be a naturally ventilated farm. You don't need cooling systems because you have net and you have a poly covered, and the weather is more conducive for it to grow over there, and you can ship it in reefer vans. Because see, the problem is in Gurgaon or anywhere in the north, in the plains, if you see, you have 4 months of peak summer, starting from middle of May till September, early September, mid-September. 47, 48 degrees, they're not in chance that anything would grow. So to counter that, that's where our biggest challenge is to get produce during that time. I mean, even if it grows, it doesn't give you like a normal size during this time. When you saw the video, you saw the full bunch of lettuce, you'd get probably half of that during the peak summer months. So now when I'm packing and selling it to a customer, I normally give a full bunch. So it's like around 150 to 180 grams in a bunch. I would probably get around 60 to 70 grams. That means I have to probably give 3 heads of lettuce. Economically, that doesn't make sense for me. You know, I'm losing out 3 customers in that one customer. So that's the reason why we're saying move it to the hills for a continuous supply through the year.
Customer acquisition?
Customer acquisition will definitely increase because the demand is so high. Complete B2C. We will have enough for B2B too. So that's why we're now developing our B2B contracts. So, so that come summer this year, we'll have enough stock to supply apart from our B2C for B2B also.
When you talked about this B2B and B2C concepts, I think you kind of missed out on the logistics because most of the kids here might not be aware of how the logistics works in especially perishable things like the fresh vegetables and exotic farms. So could you just throw some light on that so that they are aware of that also?
So now the way we go about it is we have WhatsApp groups for different societies and the deliveries are done on a weekly basis. So a day prior to the delivery in a particular condo, We put up the availability of what is available. You order via the group. Orders are taken till midnight. The next morning, it's all harvested starting from 6 in the morning till around 9:30. The harvest happens, packed, and by 11:30, it's shipped to the customer. So what we believe is a farm to fork model. So it's harvested, packed, and delivered to the customer. So there is no delay. So it's fresh. It's straight off. It's a refrigerated? No, it's our personal vehicles, which is air cooled AC cars. I mean, you can't do without that.
So how will you scale it up?
We will need to have reefer vans for that. We will need to have reefer vans when we scale, because yes, to ship it down from the hills to here will be there, and we will use the same vans. I mean, or we probably have 1 or 2 more vans. We're also looking at the e-vehicles where we can refurbish to a reefer van. You have your e-autos right now, or those e-pickup trucks like your Zingo and things like that. So you can have those refurbished and insulated for supplies.
In your B2C, you could maintain the quality or control of the. In your B2C, you could maintain all the quality as well as the reach, whatever you are going to you were getting with the 400 customers, loyal customers, and further expanding it. How do you propose in your B2B? You ensure the same kind of quality as well as your same kind of reach and maintaining your brand Bonsante to stay live to what is going to be there, because there are a lot of competition already there.
There is a lot of competition. There is a lot of competition, and we've also seen people during COVID time. People did have the liberty of time to start something, and then we've seen them die out also. There were a couple of farms which came up, and they're not there today. They're not non-existent today. So once everything opened up, people have gone back to their routine jobs, and this is like taking a backseat. This is like what they say Hindi mein kehte hain na, shauk pura karna. So that is what had happened in some point. But to answer your question, we will continue the same model. The same, whatever care we're taking for B2C, the same thing will apply to B2B. But B2B, we will probably be like a vendor to say a hotel or something. So we will maintain the same quality of produce that we're growing to the end consumer, who will be probably a restaurant or whoever. The same quality will be maintained. There will be no change in quality of produce.
From this side.
Obviously you're going to give him a sample saying that this is the quality we're giving you. And we are strict enough to maintain that quality. Are you ready to purchase this kind of quality? So that our price will demand that.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I'm Angel. So you were saying about maintaining quality. So in traditional way of cultivation and harvesting, usually we use pesticides to control pests or worms. So in hydroponic culture, how do you, what are the measures you take to control these pests or the worms that is affecting your plants?
So now the best thing in hydroponics is you don't have worms like that, because in traditional farming, soil is nothing but a medium to hold the plant to stay upright. Now, unfortunately, the soil across the world, or in India particularly, is so contaminated that you need to put pesticides to kill the worms and the pests that are growing. Over here, you're putting it in water. Now, in water, there are no pests that will come in. We do have, sometimes you do have these little spider mites and things like that, but we do have biopesticides for that, and you just have to spray it around. You're not spraying it into the plant. So it's not falling on the plant per se, or you would put it in the water, which will eradicate the pests. You have those sticky pads for those little fleas that come in. So that's about it. So we don't use any pesticide per se on the produce.
As a consumer, right, I have a choice between hydroponics and organics. What is your, give me some idea as to which one is better and how is it different between the two?
Now, to claim something which is completely organic, the soil has to be absolutely organic with 0 pesticides for about 8 cycles.
8 cycles.
8 cycles. 8 cultivation cycles. 8 cultivation cycles. Now, that's going to take a very long time, I mean, to have it completely organic. So hydroponics does not come under organic per se, it comes as clean produce. So we cannot call a hydroponically grown produce as organic. We cannot claim that at all, but we can only call it as clean produce.
So it has the similar health benefits as
Better
organic?
health benefits.
Than organics?
Than organic. Because what do you say is organic today? I mean, how do you claim, anybody can get a certification saying organic farm. So I mean, it doesn't cost much to get a certification to say you're organic. But if you're actually going to be conscious enough to make it organic, you have to go through 8 cultivation cycles without pesticides by just tilling the soil using natural compost in the soil to have it, to claim it as organic. Are you ready to wait those 8 cycles?
So price point wise, how does organic versus hydroponic shape up?
Hydroponics is slightly more expensive.
More expensive?
Yes. Because your harvest cycle is shorter. In your traditional farming, if you're growing lettuce, lettuce takes around 85 days in soil to grow. In hydroponics, it grows in 45 days. So you have...
Shouldn't bring down the cost?
It will, but when you're growing, this is cleaner produce. Here you're growing in soil. It comes in heaps into the mandi, into your stores. Is this dumped?
So, or is it the cost of distribution is high in organics?
The cost of distribution, see, the cost is because the setup cost is higher in hydroponics. There's not much of a setup cost in traditional growing, right? Once you set up, it is there. So your initial costs are higher, but as your thing goes on, you leverage your cost out in that.
In your FY 23-24, you've listed out all these things. Why only exotics? Why only salads? Why not the normal sabzi, what I get it from my sabzi mandi? Are you ever going to think on those lines that you're going to go ahead with that?
We do grow tomatoes. So your cherry tomatoes, you do have now, even again tomatoes, what you see in the market.
Normal vegetables.
So the thing is, like some of them, like potatoes, if you have to grow potatoes, you really can't grow it hydroponically. You can't grow it hydroponically because it needs a heavier medium to grow. So now, see, hydroponic, you can either do it in water or you can do it in grow bags with coco peat. Now, coco peat is softer. So things like cherry tomatoes, capsicum, chilies can be grown, cucumber. They're all vine plants, which can be grown because the root isn't hard enough. It's a softer root, so it will stay in coco peat. Whereas for potatoes, it's not like that. You need a firmer thing for it to go underground. Yeah. So again, any of your underground plants like your onions, beetroot, slightly tricky to grow hydroponically.
We invite you to see our hydroponics.
She can be a consultant.
Yes, children have done something.
I will, of course, I will.
They have a farm here.
Okay. I'd love to see that.
They are not saying anything about it.
No, they aren't.
They aren't saying.
Or they messed up somewhere.
They have taken pictures and posted it.
Is it still alive? It's still alive?
That's a challenge.
Wait a minute, somebody's got something to ask here. Hang on to the claps.
So how's a normal day in your life after you've become an entrepreneur?
Challenging. Managing home, kids, work is difficult, but you need to bring a balance. It's all up to you. Okay, luckily for me, my kids are much older right now, so they're independent to do their own things. But yes, it does take a toll on you because, like I said, we just three of us handling the entire thing. So yes, by the time you come back home, you're mentally exhausted. You don't want to think about the farm till the next morning. So, but that's the thing with anything. I mean, not just my kind of life. I mean, even what Reena was doing, or Anu was doing, or any Indu ma'am for that matter, Philo ma'am, your teachers. You manage home, you manage school, you go back home and manage home again. It's part of your life. Now, how you strike a balance between that is for you to figure out. But you need to do that first in your head, saying, okay, this is my time that I'm going to give home, this is my time I'm going to give work, and keep them separate. Don't try to mix the two. The moment you mix the two, it becomes an avial and you will get into soup. So, keep them separate, life is simple.
Thank you.
Most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of our gratitude, we request Dr. Philomena P. George, Director, Academy Compliances, SCMS, to give away mementos to our esteemed guests, Mr. Sunil Baby and Ms. Sindhu Pandalai. These mementos are customized and made by the differently able creative young minds of Taksh Creators Urja. Urja is an organization that empowers and nourishes the lives of differently able through extensive training programs and identification of workspaces. Mr. Sunil Baby. Ms. Sindhu Pandalai. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have reached the final leg of Panorama 2023, Disruptions in Organization Post-COVID, Impactful Insights by SCMS Alumni. I request Ms. Merlin Matthew, Assistant Professor, SCMS Cochin School of Business, to present the report of the event. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. A very good evening to everyone present here. Respected Dr. GPC Nair, Chairman, SCMS Group of Educational Institutions, respected Professor Pramod P. Tevenur, Vice Chairman, SCMS Group of Educational Institutions, Group Directors of SCMS, Dr. Radha P. Tevenur, Dr. Indu Nair, and Dr. Baiju Radhakrishnan, Director, Academic Compliance, Dr. Philomena P. George, Chairperson, PGDM, Dr. Anil Kumar K., Principal SSTM, Dr. Shashi Kumar Ji, Panorama 2023 Coordinators, Dr. Deepthi K., Dr. Deepa Pillai, and Dr. Shinil Sebastian, Heads of the Department, Faculty Members, Support Staff, and dear students. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single small step. Indeed, it was a very small step that we took a few months ago, when the idea of conducting Panorama 2023 was generated. Under the able leadership and guidance of Dr. Baiju Radhakrishnan and Dr. Indu Nair, we took this idea forward, and here, on this very day of the valedictory function, we stand before you with our heads held high on the completion of an event which we all are extremely proud of. Panorama is an annual national management convention which serves as a platform for eminent corporates, executives to converge at the campus, share, interact, and inspire our students. Management students, faculty members, and eminent speakers from diverse management domains became part of the Panorama every year. This edition was very special because of our special speakers who are all our alumni. The theme for this year was Disruptions in Organizations Post-COVID-19, Impactful Insights by SCMS Alumni. Panorama 2023 had 4 sub-themes, and these sessions were organized in tune with the specializations that we offered at SCMS Cochin. The different sub-themes were Technological Disruptions in Finance, Marketing 2030, Tech-Driven HR Practices, Industry 4.0. I am very happy and proud to present before you the program report for Panorama 23. The program started with the inaugural session by Mr. Abraham Alapart, President and Group Head Marketing Service Quality of Thomas Cook India, PGDM Batch 1995, on the topic Managing Disruptions, Pandemic and Beyond. He highlighted on how COVID-19 had affected the travel industry, which was one of the first to be impacted. He gave insights on how Thomas Cook used this challenging time to design and execute a comprehensive reimagined program to ensure that they stayed resilient during that particular time and how they made themselves ready for the organization. The next speaker was Mr. Parag Sen, PGDM Batch 1997, the founder of homepec.com. He spoke on the topic Disruptions in Human Behavior in the Workspace Post-COVID. He highlighted the term butterfly effect, that is, the world is deeply interconnected than what we think we are, and it can lead to massive changes in the ecosystem. He emphasized on the importance of health and how it can go beyond what a group insurance policy can. The last speaker for the inaugural session was Mr. P.K. Anil Kumar, ECD and Creative Head of India McCann Health, Mumbai, PGD PRNA 1994. He interacted with the audience on the topic Understanding Brand Relations. During this session, he made an interesting opening statement, rules do not define advertising. This statement basically set the tone for the rest of his talk, which focused on creative advertising components that can outlive the most advanced artificial intelligence and technology. Post-lunch, the first session was delivered by Mr. Dennis Thomas, MBA 2005. He talked about the significance of enhancing skills in the aftermath of COVID-19. He emphasized the need to adapt to change in the dynamic world to survive a downfall. He went down the memory lanes of his graduation days and said that the skills are a factor that makes a person different from others. It is also important to analyze where we stand in life and how we can make ourselves unique. The second session post-lunch was delivered by Ms. Deepa Kurup, Operations Manager, Red Hat, PGDM Batch 2005. She spoke on the topic, how to survive in an organization, where she highlighted the importance of becoming a person who will add value to the organization by upskilling themselves. Post the tea break, Mr. Chetan Shinoy, PGDM Batch 2005, talked about disruptions in the Indian digital advertising space post-COVID. He pointed out the major challenges in the digital world like freelancing, gig economy, and D2C explosion. He also talked about the need to become a digital marketer in the current scenario. The last speaker for the day one, Mr. Praveen Prem Kumar, PGDM Batch 2005, went all rogue and disruptive by his unconventional way of presentation, and he spoke about disruptions that he made during his career. He pointed out how disruptions caused him to think of a new vector and to getting onto new paths rather than traveling on the accepted paths. The second day of Panorama 2023 kick-started with a session on Technical Drive HR Practices by Ms. Anu Matthew, Talent Acquisition, Oracle, PGDM Batch 2000. She talked about the transformation of HR and how the triple squeeze, that is rising inflation, scarce and expensive talent and global supply chain constraints, affected the economy. She highlighted the role of HR leaders in managing spending, securing talent and accelerating the digital transformation. The next session was taken by Ms. Reena Mishra, Senior Partner, Sales Executive, Microsoft India, PGDM Batch 1999. She spoke on the topic, Will AI Take My Job? She pointed out the jobs that can be done by AI and also highlighted the fact that AI cannot replace people, but enhances their capability and transform the way they work. Post-tea break, Mr. Vijay Kini, Senior Vice President Business, Cholamandalam Finance Limited, PGDM Batch 2000, alumnus, presented on tech disruptions post-COVID in the retail lending space. He shed light on the impact of COVID-19 on the retail lending industry and how technology has transformed the customer experience. He explained the benefits of adopting a digital model, including lower cost, faster processing times, and improved customer experience. Second session was delivered by Mr. Basil Workey, Group Executive and VP of Yes Bank, MBA 2005. On digital disruptions in the banking industry, he explained the scope of digital currency and how it would revolutionize the banking industry. Post lunch, Mr. Sunil Baby, Chief Business Officer, Unacademy, PGDM batch 1999, delivered the session on online or offline, where is the retail heading post-COVID. He basically focused on being innovative to meet the customer demands during the COVID times. Last but not the least, the last speaker for our event was Ms. Sindhu Pandalai, co-founder at SCMS, I'm sorry if I'm spelling it wrong, Vertical Farms Private Limited, PGDM batch 1999. She spoke on the topic, Converting Adversities into Opportunities. She narrated her entrepreneurial journey and the challenges they faced and how they changed their SCM to recoup the business. Focus was on thinking differently and pushing your own boundaries to achieve what you need to achieve. Well, as the curtains come down on this edition of Panorama, I would like to conclude with a quote. Pivoting is not the end of disruption process, but the beginning of a next leg of your journey. No obstacle is so big that one person with determination can't make a difference. The real challenge is for each of us to determine where we feel we can make a most impact. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Now, we invite Dr. Shinal Sebastian, Assistant Professor, MBA, to propose the word of thanks. Sir, please.
A very good evening to all. Thank you is a prayer that cannot be seen or touched, and it must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks on this special occasion. First of all, I thank our chairman, Dr. GPC Nair, for his immense support and motivation to organize this kind of event in our institute. The last 2 days have been a great learning with insightful knowledge sharing, inputs, experiences from our alumni. On behalf of SCMS, I place on record our special thanks to our day one alumni speakers, mainly Mr. Abraham Alapat, Mr. Parag Sen, Mr. P.K. Anil Kumar, Mr. Dennis Thomas, Ms. Diba Kurup, Mr. Chetan Shenai, and Mr. Praveen Kumar. Our special thanks are due to day 2 speakers, Ms. Anu Matthew, Ms. Reena Misra, Mr. Vijay Kini, Mr. Basil Worki, Mr. Sunil Baby, and Ms. Sindhu Pandal. I am sure these 2 days of deliberations have benefited our students as well as our faculty members too. On behalf of Panorama Organizing Committee, I sincerely thank our Honorable Vice Chairman, Professor Pramod P. Tevanur, for his constant support and inspiration to organize this kind of event for our students. Thank you, sir. I am also thankful to the Registrar and Director, Dr. Radha P. Tevanur, for her extensive support. Thank you, ma'am. I thank our Director, Dr. Indu Nair, for getting all these eminent personalities from our alumni group as well as for making this event happen. Thank you, ma'am. Next, I express my sincere thanks to Dr. Baiju Radhakrishnan, our group director and the convener of Panorama 2023, for motivating, inspiring, and coordinating effectively to make this event successful. Thank you, sir. Next, I extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Pratik for his support on guest relations and logistics management. Thank you, sir. at this juncture, I would like to thank our principal, Dr. G. Sasikumar, and PGDM chairperson, Dr. Anil Kumar, and Director, Academics, Compliances, Dr. Philomena, for their valuable suggestions and support at various stages of this event. Thank you, ma'am. I am very thankful to all my colleagues in the MBA and PGDM department and non-teaching staff members who always stood with us to make this event happen. I feel proud and thank you for making this event successful. Thank you all teachers. I extend my thanks to all the students coordinators from MBA and PGDM for their extensive support and dedication. I sincerely thank all student participants for their active participation and making the discussion lively and meaningful. Thank you all students. Last but not the least, I am very thankful to all Panorama committee members, Dr. Deepthi, Ms. Merlin and Dr. Deepa Pillai. Words are not enough to thank them for their constant work, motivation and meticulous planning to make this event successful. Once again, thank you all. Have a nice weekend ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That brings us to the end of day 2 of Panorama 2023. Hope all of you enjoy the sessions. Thank you all and have a good day. Now, the students will have an interactive session with Mr. Parag Sen. I request the students to kindly stay back, and for the rest, the tea is arranged in the atrium. The students can have the tea after the interactive session. Thank you.
Promise will not take more than 10 minutes, okay? Just a few inputs from you all we need. Yeah, just 10 minutes, and we want your inputs for the Alumni Association, some decisions we want to take. Since you are the most current batch in the compound, we want some honest feedback, what is right, what is wrong, so that when we make the decisions, we know what the actual on-ground feelings are. I'll let the teachers move out, then we'll open it for feedback. That's, otherwise none of you will speak, so it's better that I do that. I have just 4 or 5 questions to ask. What do you think is the right amount we should ask every alumni to pay for the Alumni Association? Just a brief background. The new alumni committee has just taken over about 3-4 months back. Sindhu is part of the committee. I'm also there. We are about 10-11. We want to make significant changes the way the Alumni Association functions. We want to start putting together pieces where we can start helping the first years with their internships, right? Through the alumni network. You have seen so many alumni come over the last 2 days. There are many others who have not come. So to start building a network so that all of you, when you are getting from your first to second year, you don't have to worry about your internships, that, you know, so that we can largely place within the organizations where we are. That's number one we want to do. Number 2 is we want to also start working actively at the placement cell, so that when the time for placements come, a lot of the organizations where the alumni are placed, we want to start a complete digital process for that. So it will not be a sudden, process or an affair, but it will start from first year when you get in, so that, we will start the process of digitally capturing data, who is specializing in what streams, what are the, a lot of the internships